Click live. And we are. What's that?
Help me remember. I remember that Tommy Rombo being around before, but what was the last time he was around? What was like popping?
It was him trying to do surveying. He had some sort of a thing about an airfield or something saying that he worked on, and that's all. But I mean, he went with, I think he did Flatsoid and he did DP. He wouldn't come and talk to me.
I remember him. I remember between the truth and lies. What brought him around last time? Now that you said mention flat, please don't take me to your la la land. It's all about geometry. All we see is horizontally. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy, and you can't bend reality into what you think your cognition sees. Something's happening to me. Don't remind me of how things used to be. We don't need no sycophants. Aren't we all just so sick of that?
And we are live. Welcome everybody. It is Thursday night and this is Euclid Night. But a bit like last week, it's a little bit of a strange one because we've set up another debate. It's an actual debate this time about, well, as close as we're going to get. So I've been working hard again, talking to people on Twitter. And there's a guy, I don't know how this exactly worked out. But there was a guy on Modern Day Debates that was called Ryan that wanted to debate me, that he had to back out last minute, which meant that the Modern Day debate didn't happen. then Reg Rhetoric had the well, we had the bit where we were trying to sort out a debate. We were trying to work out the terms with Reg Rhetoric. Obviously, that didn't come to anything because Reg Rhetoric kicked both Emma and myself from that discussion about a debate. He wanted me to be Jeren for him. He wanted me to be a shadow of Jeren, so he could imagine that he was debating Jeren once again. Emma pointed out it would be a bit of a better idea if he had Jeren or somebody who knew more about Jeren, which was Slice Bar Kane. He seemed to know quite a lot about Jeren. That got us kicked from the discussion about Red's rhetoric and his argument debate. So that's how Red's got out of an actual debate with me for himself. Then it turned into I had an argument and I was telling them that they didn't have an argument. So Red's rhetoric asked to see the argument, and I went on the non sequitur show to deliver an argument to them so that they could see that what an argument actually looks like for debate purposes. So following on from that, this guy called Ryan Anderson, let me see if I can find a picture for you of some of the tweets that we were going on about. He did this quite a bit ago.
So Ryan was the original one you were supposed to debate on Modern Day Debate that night, but he backed out?
I don't know. I don't know whether it's the same Ryan or a different Ryan. I really don't know.
Okay.
I'm trying to go over some of these. So these are this one here. I think we went over this one last night. So the Red's rhetoric is saying that I'm a piss poor debater as well, but like I've said, if Red's rhetoric had actually listened to anything we were saying around here and not listened to the people that make stuff up about us, he would know that we've said that there has never been a debate. There's channels on Discord. Well, there were, and I suppose there still are on YouTube, named Debate, Flat Earth and More. That's one of them. And the other one's called Flat Earth Debate. Now, those two channels that are on YouTube have never had a debate. It never existed, the actual debate. They've changed the meaning of that. I'm pretty sure I've said this. Pretty sure I said it to Red's Rhetoric and Steve McRae. There has been no debate. So I don't know how good a debater I am. That's why I'm up for testing myself. I want to actually see what it would be like. Now, because of this Ryan Anderson, who's I don't know, a complete unknown as far as I know. So Red's rhetoric has turned down an actual debate chance because I've told them that they have no argument. So for me, it's a little bit tricky for these guys to actually have a debate. Unable to do it himself. He's relying on this Ryan Anderson. Now, this Ryan Anderson has given me some stipulations. Now, these are These are the I don't know whether you can read that. This is Ryan's stipulations that he first came up with for the debate, and I'll read them out. It says, but just as an opening offer, here are my conditions, right? So this is his rider. This is the guy that's never debated before. Nobody knows who he is. And Red's Rhetoric is going to give a platform for. These are his conditions. The cameras will be on for the entire debate. Strange condition to have that, but it's okay. Number 2, there will be no references from you of the following. So I can't use these things as references. Me. No references from you. It doesn't say that he can't use them, just me. Euclid, land surveying, and parallels. Strangely enough, all of them are linked together within what you would call geometry. All of those things. They're basically the same thing. So what he's saying within that one statement is that I can't use geometry. I think, but I mean, he does take it back later, right? So number 3, since you are the more experienced debater, you can open. Well, like I said at the beginning, there has never been a debate. So there is no one with more experience than anybody else within debating. If you want to call it communicating with other people, well, I think we all do that any day, every day. So wouldn't say I have more experience in that. I would say that within Discord and talking to people with differing opinions, do think I may have a little bit more experience in talking to people. So that's his 3, and there's some more. It's not finished yet. That may be a little bit small for you guys to see on YouTube, but again, I'll read them out. Number 4, the debate will address this question. Does science more accurately support a flat, non-moving Earth or a spherical, rotating Earth? I'll repeat that again. This is the debate, right? The debate will address this question. Does science more accurately support a flat, non-moving Earth or a spherical, rotating Earth? That's what he wants to do. Number 5. We'll go over it in a minute. Number 5, we can both utilize notes and must provide citations when asked. Keep it simple. Citations should be easy, but most of my citations would come through Euclidean geometry, and he has done away with that apparently. And 6, this is a strange one. All money from the debate, super chats and the like, go to modern day debates. I don't know if that's t-shirt sold. I don't know what that is. And number 7, no spamming of Discord servers or hashtags in a debate. I'm pretty sure he's inexperienced within debate, but and he says neither of us are there to pimp our shit. Well, Red's Rhetoric is the one that's going to be using my name, so He's pimping my name within this debate. This guy wants to debate me because I'm Bev. He's the one that's using my name within this debate thing. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't want to have this debate if it wasn't Bev that he was talking to. So he does seem to be the one that's using my name, pimping it. But I mean, I don't know what that means. 8, format can be discussed at a later time. And 9, the winner, the winner will be decided by modern day debates in conjunction with the chat.
Oh, that sounds fair.
Well, obviously, the winner of the debate will be decided by the chat. To me, there is no winner of a debate. It's just a discussion. It's just a conversation. Right. So, go on.
We're just going to say it was the information each listener takes from that debate.
Yeah, hopefully it's within the two debaters to give out as much information or as much as they can to support whatever it is they're arguing for or against.
Exactly.
And this topic is whether the acquisition of knowledge supports a model.
You said you're going to go through it again, but I was going to say you definitely have to define what the word science means in this debate.
That would be one of the first things, yes.
Yeah, for sure.
I would like, if you don't mind, to refer to what Red's rhetoric wrote to this Ryan. That 10 means opening, 10 means rebuttal. It is not correct, because both sides should have opening statements.
Yeah.
It should be not one-sided positive claim and only rebuttal from other side. It should be, for example, your opening, his opening. So he has to have some positive claims against your claim or claims, whatever.
Well,
Because,
we've set the argument, right? He hasn't said which side he wants to take or anything. We just both present our cases towards the argument or the question. That's as far as I see it.
There is only one 10 minutes opening, not two.
I know. Yeah. I mean, that's one of the things we will be pointing out, because this guy is the newbie. He doesn't know anything. He's got no opening statement.
Yes, but this is what Reds is writing to him. So this is so I am talking about rather Reds, not this Ryan, because Reds should know how debate looks like or should look like. So two, it should be equality between sides. So opening statements for both sides. Both sides should have rebuttal to opening statements, not rebuttal to rebuttal, because sometimes it is not correct when, for example, you have your opening statements. Let's say Ryan has his own opening statement, and in his opening statement, because he would be the second, he's addressing already your opening statement. This is not opening statement.
Yeah, no, that's a rebuttal to my opening statement.
Yes.
Without having to do his own opening statement. I know how it goes, because I've been there in many times, and they never get to present their argument. They never have one. And yeah, it will be pointed out that will be within my opening statement, of course.
And 10 means open discussion. I would say that I would prefer, as a debater, to have two rebuttals, because first rebuttal is for opening statement, and the second rebuttal is for rebuttal,
Yeah.
to address his rebuttal to your opening statement. So, of course, both sides. And then 10 minutes opening discussion, for me, it may be, but best thing is examination. It means Socratean method inside discussion, to pin down opponent. So opponents have chance to nail and pin down by cross-examination and Socratean method, for example, to win argument or whatever. So this is normal in discussion, because sometimes terminology has to be clarified, definitions has to be clarified, and this is time for this in cross-examination. What he meant when he said that or not said that. So yes, because sometimes it is good against sophistry. So sophists don't like this part of discussion, and they are getting nervous. But this is very, very fruitful. And of course, yes, and even maybe rebuttal to this cross-examination or just closing statements. Yes, but in that format, what Reds is proposing, for me, it is not enough. But for me,
Yeah. Well, again, we will still be sorting that format out. And everyone will be able to see that if there's only ever one opening statement and everything else is just a rebuttal from that, like it always has been, you make a statement and then they make you defend that one statement for the rest of the thing without them ever giving an argument for their side. You're just on a defensive state. But it's not that something we haven't been there before. I mean, it's straight lines. It's defending a straight line against somebody who says that straight lines aren't straight anymore, but they want to make them not straight, but call them straight. Just parasophists. But this is the thing Ryan has said, which he would have to, obviously. These are the conditions, save for the money to modern day debates, right? He's making sure the money doesn't have to go to modern day debates. I mean, that's ridiculous. Why would that be a stipulation? Because I don't think, well, I think what Reds has agreed to do is switch his super chats off. Reds is going no money to prove he can not scam people. He doesn't want to make money out of this. This is purely for the science and the knowledge that everybody will gain from Ryan. So he's obviously dropped the money down, and Reds is going money free, apparently. And he says it's about my inability to function without bringing up Euclid, but it would cause all sorts of strange things to occur if you weren't allowed to mention Euclid. But like, what about the implication of Euclid? Would you be allowed to use that? Like when you talk about triangles and circles, squares and stuff like that, that's sort of implied Euclid.
This point is I cannot believe that I see that on the screen, but this is just nobody can accept that term, because in debate you can bring whatever you like.
Yeah.
Whatever you like to support your claim.
He says citations will be called for, so they're going to be needed to come from Euclid. So he has dropped that ridiculous statement. I don't know why he even put it in the first place. So he has dropped that. And number 6, which is the one about all of the money going to modern day debates. So that's it. He's dropped the number 2 one, so I'm allowed to talk about Euclid. And because I was thinking, if it's Euclid, land surveying and parallel lines, I mean, that would be a challenge, wouldn't it, to be able to have a debate without doing that? And that's the sort of stuff I want to do. Make it really, really difficult. Put it on hard mode, and throw us in at the deep end on hard mode. I'll have some of that. That's the way you test yourself within the trivium. This guy's never done anything, so I mean, he could be a debate master. Could be the leading guy at the debate debate club. It could be the ultimate debate champion. And then I doubt it, because no debate champion would put stipulations about not being able to use Euclid or land surveying or parallels. So ridiculous. So them stipulations have been left. Obviously we have to work out, because like I've said, we know they have no argument. So it's going to have to be pointed out, like paper says, that there should be 2 opening statements. I mean, I'd prefer to go first anyway, because I think it's always going to be hard if you hear somebody else's opening statement and you have to then deliver yours whilst thinking about what sort of questions you want to rebut for their statement. It doesn't go opening statement, rebuttal, then the other opening statement and the rebuttal to that. That's not the way it should work. It's opening statement, rebuttal,
Yes,
rebuttal.
but don't worry. If, for example, Ryan would have first opening statement, you are just taking notes from what he said, because your statement is already prepared.
Yeah.
So this is, it may happen that in your opening statement will be already some rebuttal to that. It may happen.
Yeah.
And then you can, if there would be some objection from, for example, from moderator, you can say that that this is part of your opening statement.
Yep. That's the way I'm planning on doing it. I am freestyling it, right? I'm doing it as is, as we've always had conversations. For the first one anyway. Until we start getting some proper into the mode of this. Because this is, don't forget, this is Red's rhetoric, who's come back into an arena that he left. He's gone. He ran away in shame, as far as I can see, because of the scamming and stuff he's done. But he's brought back his equipment to do some looking at the lights in the sky sort of stuff. Well, that's good. But now he's opening up a debate channel, it seems, where he's starting debates. I mean, there is a lot of these channels starting up at the minute, the debate. I mean, ever since we said one particular side, well, not one particular side, it doesn't seem like anybody ever really has had an argument to put forward. that is discussed honestly. We here at On the Level, we like to try and do things on the level, honestly, and to even that, looking at any subject really. Obviously, some subjects are considered taboo on live discussions, but this one particularly is just a geometric thing and about science.
Well, I think to your last point that this is just a geometric thing and about science. I think that's definitely true for you in this debate, and I think maybe for the most of us in this Discord server, for the most part. But I don't think that's the case for them. Do you? I don't think that's the case at all. That it's about geometry and science. I mean, real science. I think for them, it's much more about their deity.
I think so. I think this bunny ears, frantic bunny ears, debate is going to be more about what science is to each of us. Because as far as I can see, you cannot debate. What was it again? What did he put as his? Is it there? The debate will address this question. Does science more accurately support a flat, non-moving Earth or a spherical, rotating Earth?
In this statement is already how to phrase that. I'm not begging the question, but
Ambiguous?
no, pre-assumption.
It's a false dichotomy.
Science,
it's offering a false dichotomy within a...
Yes, because it says that science somehow supports both positions.
Yeah.
And the only question is which is more.
More accurately, yeah, which is more accurate. So there's a couple of questions. One, what science? And what does he mean by more accurately support? And how does he think that science could possibly support two contradictory things, right? They must be contradictory. Otherwise, you can't say one or the other. But he's saying within his opening question, which does it more accurately support? It's very confusing within the wording of the question.
It is.
Yeah, is it confusing or is it the setup of the magic trick?
Automatic, yeah.
I am with you, Kevin.
Right?
Yeah, it's part of the sophistry within the setup of the debate, ambiguity within the initial question, which obviously would have to be addressed within an opening statement. I'm well prepared. You guys are with us, right? I think we've all spotted all of the flaws within this, which can be addressed. And that will definitely have to be one to be put in within the opening statement. Because if I could make it that my opening statement is just about that, then the rebuttal should be about exactly about what the question is, and then we can go from there.
Yeah, it really is the only way you can go, is to address in your opening statement, not to give away, what your strategy is going to be here, but you'd have to go down the path of, coming to terms, identifying what is science. How do you determine whether one is more accurate? Science determines one is more accurate than another when they're contradictory. Not to mention the fact that you're not a flat earther, and he's intimating that that's what you're going to be, you're going to be debating on the side that says there's more scientific evidence for a flat, non-rotating Earth. Still trying to get you there, I guess.
Yeah, well, there's 4 points there, really, isn't there? Flat, non-stationary, spherical, rotating. He's not allowing for a flat, rotating, like a merry-go-round. And he's not allowing for a spherical, non-moving.
By the way, spherical, ancient Greeks had spherical model, which was not globe model, which modern logicians, for example, are trying to reverse that position, but it is not true. So it has to be addressed what he means spherical, because better to say is to globe, just globe. Then we know what he's talking about, because this is not clear, and it was always for me not clear, even on so-called flat Earth side. They were talking about sphere. So sphere is not geometrically. It's a shape, but not necessarily a full globe or full ball. So Greeks also had this model, spherical model. It doesn't mean that they were globers.
Yeah, should be interesting. The idea of, well, I think the idea that Red's rhetoric has dropped this. He didn't want to actually do this. Reds. He kicked us from a meeting. Even then, when we went to go and talk about the argument that we've been over this week, they didn't want to even discuss the argument that I presented. And in the end of that one, Steve McRae ended up kicking us again.
Yeah, I think that Reds needed some comeback. So I think he decided to, let's say, debate you as his comeback to arena. But I think he was not happy that it has to be with you. That's my opinion on that. But he did it because he should to make his comeback pretty loudly or openly. So
can't be using me, Red's rhetoric, using little Bev, some no name on just in a backwater Discord channel, right? Can't be that important, surely. This is meant to be Red's rhetoric, the great Red's rhetoric, and Steve McRae. These are globe heroes, have been for a long time supporters of the globe.
I think that he couldn't really debate with anyone else because just he offended too many people, so and vice versa, of course. So I think you were the only one who he didn't have any let's say case. So you were neutral, but no longer, of course. Now you are not neutral. But till this debate, you would be considered as neutral for him. but not now, of course.
By accepting the debate. Because I opened up the other one and even got Red's Rhetoric to say that he would use the argument to tell a flat earther that it is not flat. So, I mean, these guys know what my arguments will be. I, on the other hand, have not got a clue what Ryan, the guy that is supposedly a complete newcomer to this arena, what sort of things he's going to bring. I'm expecting something from 2016 or something. Might even go for boats going, disappearing behind a hump. Don't know. I've not got any clue what to expect. But it should be interesting. Because I think I'll go to well, we'll see what we've learned. We went over these things last night again. This is Euclid. And this is one of the problems that occurs when you mention that all horizontals are parallel to these guys, because they cannot look at the actual argument, horizontals being parallel, and they have to sort of deflect off to strange areas and strange places. These guys are obviously the head obfuscators. The ones I considered, these guys are the ones that are laying down the rhetoric, right? These particular arguments are the arguments and the rhetoric that other globers will have to eventually adopt. They have to. And these guys are talking about Euclid and angles to curves. So Iridium, they speak in like a code language where you're supposed to you're meant to do the thinking rather than them telling you it. So these guys imply things that could be possible, and they see whether you have been manipulated enough to take that on. And so this is how it goes. It goes, I did mean to say proposition and not postulate. Regardless, did you mean proposition 12 of book 1? And no, I was talking about the axioms. We're talking about the triangle axiom. And then he says, the 5th postulate does not say angles require straight lines. The 5th postulate does not say angles require straight lines, and it's about 2 straight lines crossing another straight line. So it does say about straight lines, the 5th postulate. It's about straight lines. 3 of them. So that's blatantly wrong. If you're a globe believer, globe defender, globe fanatic, it doesn't really matter. Don't go with what this guy says, because this is just blatantly false. Doesn't make any sense. But no, that's why there isn't a lot of people that are willing to go and talk about this and actually, well, say not debate it, because you can't really debate geometry, but they can't even discuss it. So that's why they're in this position.
Have they ever produced a curvilinear angle for you?
There's no such thing, is there?
No, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
What are they? I don't know.
They insist. For example, this refracted curvature, he he was kicked, or just the discussion ended when he refused to admit that you can have angle to curve. And same when Beth answered question, Steve McCrea question, Beth said the same, and he was triggered immediately. So this is very important point for Globers, because otherwise they have no argument anyway. But still, they desperately need curved angles. So from this refracted curvature discussion with Ruhif, and from you and Steve McCrea, I infer that this is very important, and their reaction is the same. They are triggered. But still, it means, it doesn't mean that it could be used, because you cannot use that angle. Just nonsense.
Yeah. I mean, to carry it on, like the fifth postulate is obviously an extension. They get rid of some, but to me, it's the 12th axiom. It's an axiom, a self-evident truth, and it's about straight lines, two straight lines crossing an other straight line. To me, it's all about triangles and where the triangle is formed on which side of the line. The other implication is that if there are only two angles and each of them are right angles, then the sum of the angles is already taken up within two, and there is no other angle to be able to make and finish the triangle, therefore parallel.
And by the way, if you have, for example, two lines not parallel but inclining to themselves in some direction, but if you don't know if they are straight, you don't know if they meet. You don't know if they will meet, because if one of them is curved, like hyperbolic, they would never meet. Non-parallel lines, if one of them is curved, for example. So it has to be straight line, because when two straight lines are inclined, you have certitude that they have to meet. But if one of them, at least one of them, is curved, you don't know if they meet. You don't know, because this curvature can lean away this line from other line, and they will never meet. So it would be nonsense to say that about curved lines. So you have to have straight lines to have knowledge that they will meet if they are inclined.
And then Iridium, the guy on Twitter, probably a no name that nobody knows about, one of the throwaway things that can say some stupid shit, states that this does not exclude the possibility of curvilinear angles. He says you need to do better. But if it's only talking about straight lines, then yeah, there is no curvilinear angles, because it's just talking about straight lines. So that's a really bad reasoning, that just because the triangle axiom talks about straight lines, he's thinking that completely separate you can have something, and the possibility of that one axiom doesn't allow it to be, I don't know, like, So this does not exclude the possibility of curvilinear angles. Well, if you're only going with the axiom that you're talking about, yeah, there's no chance of curvilinear angles because he's only talking about straight lines. You can't just make up an angle that's not within the axiom. That's not self-evident. It doesn't apply. It does not follow within, well, it's not even an argument within a statement of an axiom and their misunderstanding of it. And then Iridium is commenting to whatever. Now, I might use some of whatever's experimentation to help describe some stuff. Because he did an experiment. I'll go back to that. I might show you that if I can get to do it. Whatever, you can measure them. Talking about curvilinear angles, because whatever said that you can only measure angles to straight lines. But Iridium seems to think you can measure curvilinear angles. He says you can assign a scalar value to a curvilinear angle. Simply zoom into the intersection until the curves look straight. In the limit, that is your angle.
Yes. So this is the trick which Red's rhetoric and Rumpus and
Yeah.
whoever, they are doing the same trick. They're
doing it
in.
to themselves, though, right?
Yes,
this
so.
is a self-taught. This is a paralogism that they're passing on to each other.
Yeah, they are deluding themselves.
Yes, and the people that are listening to them, thinking, imagining that this is some sort of an argument, that you can just have not that, right? That angle that you're talking about, not that. It's a different sort of angle. Like, well, what do you mean? Well, we can measure them. It's like, no, you can't measure them. You need straight lines. And they'll say, we can.
I would name it superstition, because it is very similar, this situation, the zooming in to not see curvature, is similar to ancient Roman times, where one of the superstitions based on their religion also was that if they close eyes or turn around and not see, then the thing will disappear, will cease from existence. So for me, this is similar thing. I don't know if you watched, for example, Gladiator, this film with this actor, where there was the scene when this trainer of these gladiators was about to be killed by soldiers of Caligula, not Caligula, what's his name, this Commodus, this Caesar. So he turned around to not see them. This is the last stand for Roman, that he maybe can dodge death, to turn around, to not see, and wait, what happened? Maybe not happen. If you remember this scene, but this is classical Roman behavior, superstitious behavior. So I compared this zooming in to not see to that superstition, but it's just me, my analogy.
And we've got Iridium in the chat. So it's sort of a globe geometer of sorts. Somebody who can interpret Euclid. A globe Euclidean interpreter we have. It's always tricky for the globe mind to look into Euclidean geometry. I don't envy you, Iridium, trying to explain the globe through Euclidean eyes. You do have to take on some strange concepts within globe Euclidean. It's very tricky. In fact, I'd say impossible. You have to try and mess about with Euclidean principles in reality, which, again, very tricky to do. But I do commend you for trying. A lot of people have tried and failed, so good to see you sticking around with this. He's also talking about 316 as well. He may be very religious. I think that's one of the most religious parts of the globe doctrine. The dogma is the great paralogism is wrapped around 316. Euclid 316, not John. Euclid. I think there's all sorts of messages put in here that people aren't really seeing. All you've got to do is open your eyes to it. It'd be great. He's going to show us now how we go over this, right? So then whatever replies, as I understand it, the angle between curves is defined as the angle between lines tangent to the curve at the point of intersection. The angle can be measured. Not sure if this was ever mentioned in Euclid. Euclid forgot to mention it. But whatever, and certain people like Iridium are now willing to try and discuss things that Euclid never mentioned, may have never mentioned. They don't really know. We could leave it a bit vague. Not sure if it was ever mentioned in Euclid. Crazy. And Iridium comes back with Euclid barely touched curvilinear angles because they require calculus to define rigorously. Zooming in and tangent lines are equivalent methods. Zooming in. That's why Euclid used a straight line, because it doesn't really matter. The angle is always exactly the same, no matter where you measure it along the straight line. That's the point of the straight line within geometry. It's used geometrically because it is exact. You know where it's going to be in the distance because it's a straight line. If it's a curved line, you don't know where it's going to be.
Yes, so angle dictates direction of these straight lines. So this direction of these straight lines going from that angle is fixed. And then we have, of course, straight lines and one angle, like two radii from this from the center of the circle, and the circle itself, it is the angle. So like radii, there are straight lines and one angle, simple. I cannot see how it would work with curved lines. It cannot.
Iridium's got book 1, definition 9. And when the lines containing the angle are straight, the angle is called rectilinear. It's a definition of an angle. Well done. So that's straight. Rect is straight, and linear means line. That's where a straight line comes from, the definition, rect. Like a rectangle that has parallel sides, opposite sides.
Yes, rect means exactly the same as right.
Straight.
Rect and right, it's the same.
Yep. Always straight. That's why a right angle is straight lines, perpendicular. So thanks for that, Iridium. Yes, straight angles. Everybody knows what an angle is. And with a little tiny bit of logical reasoning, you can reason for yourself as to why angles have to be the inclination of two straight lines to one another. Because we'll go over this, but I mean, one of them, Saragaki's put axioms, but I'll put the axioms of Euclid in here. Now, there's one particular one that I like to draw a point to here, and it does seem a little bit strange as to why somebody would put this in, but once you start talking to this group of people, this one becomes evident as to why it's been put in here. It says, axiom number 10 in my book, it says, two straight lines cannot enclose a space. That's two straight lines cannot enclose a space. So you can't pretend one of the lines is straight but curve it, because it would then enclose a space. If you have any curvature, that line, provided it's a constant curvature, will meet itself or go in a spiral. 3 dimensions. And could you call a spring parallel?
Rather not.
Yeah. No, because you need straight lines for parallels. So, I mean, yeah, that's one of the things that people seem to miss out. When you only have 5 postulates, then for some reason you've gotten rid of that one that says two straight lines cannot enclose a space. And it becomes very evident why that's been put in there. It makes sense, right, that it's there. But you think, well, people must be stupid for them to have to put that there. But it's been put there because there are a group of people that want to be able to confuse what a straight line is. And this is a negative statement, isn't it? Two straight lines cannot enclose a space.
Yes, so this is a quantificator like none. It is opposite to all. None, no one.
And for those people that say, well, people have added things, not this one. This one is in the original text for Euclid. Two straight lines cannot enclose a space. It's as original as it comes. But they've just got rid of it for some reason. They've vanished it into thin air. They don't mention it. It's like the awkward cousin that they keep hidden in the basement. They don't like to talk about it because it causes problems.
By the way, I don't know why this guy Iridium is bringing up this definition 9. I think he was trying to prove that this curvilinear angles exist, but in this definition, he's refuting himself, because and when the lines containing the angle are straight, so he's talking about not about straight angles, but about straight lines. So I don't know what he's trying to prove in this definition.
It's backwards stuff, right? Like, you're confused as to why he's saying that, but you know what he wants to try and deliver in his mind. He's trying to deliver curvilinear angles. He wants them to exist, but in his misunderstanding, he's giving you the definition of how an angle is made. It's a rectilinear, straight lines. He's been quite prevalent and on the YouTube today. You should come in, Iridium. Come and have a conversation about this. Or you're saving it.
Or maybe maybe he is that guy, that voice we know, for example.
Maybe it does sound like Rumpus, and you could easily have multiple different accounts trying to push these things. I mean, if anybody's out there, if they know of Iridium, if they know his YouTube channel, and if he's ever made any videos, he seems to be quite knowledgeable on the globe geometry sort of thing. So you'd expect him to be a leader, but we've never really heard of any globe geometers. Within the ranks of globe that we've been talking to, there are a lot of gaslighters and people that claim to know about it, but they don't really seem to be able to talk about things. It's saying, right, in his misunderstanding of this, it says, and when the lines containing the angle are straight, implies the lines don't have to be straight.
It implies that he's talking about straight lines containing the angle. So I don't know.
When they are straight, you can call it an angle. If they're not straight, you don't have the angle. It's quite simple, but that's the globe mind, right?
Yes. So he is, I think he is putting in his mind words in different order than normal people, because he's repeating the statement, and this statement is saying about straight lines containing the angle, and he is talking about that this implies that lines don't have to be. It is talking about what it is and not what it can be or not can be. So it is. He's talking about straight lines and containing angle. Simple. Euclid doesn't imply anything here. just talking about straight lines creating angle. Simple.
Yeah, there's no need for you to imply anything within Euclid, because every step of the way there is a proof to show you exactly what he's talking about. He laid it out in an argument, and then he takes you through the steps for you to understand the exact argument that he's talking about, and he does that through the definitions and everything. There's never any need for a brilliant globe mind to start implying things that Euclid doesn't say. Don't do that.
And by the way, when he established that the angle is between straight lines and forward from this point, he is using straight lines to create triangles or other figures to create angles, and nothing changes in Euclid. So he's just using these angles created by straight lines always, and he's proving many things with that kind of angles and straight lines. He never uses a curved line or curved lines and angles between them to prove anything. You cannot find anything in Euclid that he is trying to use curved angle or curvilinear angle to do anything. Never. I didn't. Maybe I omit something. I missed something. But as far as I know, he didn't use a curvilinear angle to anything.
No, that's never mentioned. There is no definition for a curvilinear angle, which Euclid would definitely do. If he was determined to use it, then there would be curvilinear angle is, and then some definition of exactly what it is, and it would follow in a progress of other statements building up to more specific, ending up at this so-called ridiculous thing that doesn't exist. It's not worth repeating it, because you don't want people to get it within their mind what the word is. Doesn't exist. It's been made up by a group of people that are scared of actual geometry and geometric proofs. Cuts very deep, this Euclidean simple proofs in reality. Euclid is a very good tool for explaining how the trivium works. All of it. There's apart from rhetoric, although it can be delivered very well by different people. Geometry is within itself a perfect axiomatic system. Perfect. So perfect that it stood the test of time for centuries. Because it's a natural state of things. It's the way everything falls into place, because that's how it is in reality. We do have Fibonacci backing reality. We have pi backing Euclidean in reality. The proofs are definitely there within reality. You couldn't derive Fibonacci or pi if it weren't a result of reality. You literally can't get them. You can't just make them up within mathematics. There has to be a logical relationship between that mathematical proof and nature and reality, where it actually comes from. There are a few new people on Discord mainly Discord, but Iridium is on YouTube. They are trying to elevate themselves as better geometers than Euclid, simply because not Euclid. It has to be a thing within a model framework. And people seem to be attacking me because I seem to be the one that's saying it. But I mean, this is just try thinking here at OnTheLevel Discord. It's a group of people. I just happen to be the one that speaks the most. All of the things that we do here could come from Euclidean principles in reality. There's plenty of people to check up to tell us if we're making a mistake. And believe me, these people will tell us if we got something wrong. If they have a problem, they say it. Maybe not while we're live. Nobody wants to bring problems to live. But we do it in the back room. We honestly talk about all of these things. And you can know for a fact that there's no such thing as a curvilinear angle. It doesn't make any sense. The moment you hear it, it just sounds unfamiliar. It's not a thing. But I thank these people, because the reasoning that people have to go to when they hear that, they would hark back to their mathematical things at school. They probably wouldn't ever have had to look back at this geometric understanding of things. So people saying nonsense things gets other people to actually look into this stuff for themselves, which then gives them the chance to come to the reasoning to understand that these people are talking shit. Just literally talking rubbish with nothing to back what they're talking about. Okay, Bev's Geometry Master, why don't you explain Book 3, Proposition 16? 316. Oh, Euclid 316. How I misunderstand you.
He's talking only about angle of the semicircle. And by the way, he is talking only because it was somehow some other people were interested of the fact of that kind of angle. But still, there is no use. And it is written down by this translator. This proposition is historically interesting because of the controversies to which the last part of it gave rise from the 13th to the 17th centuries, etc. But still, he's talking about only angle of a semicircle, and only Proclus is talking about, is naming it an angle. So the other geometer, but Euclid itself is talking about this angle of semicircle, and he's dropping it, not using it. So only that to mention that this animal exists somehow. This monstrosity exists. So and only he's mentioning that, and he's just proving that this kind of angle cannot be used. I have to read this thoroughly, this proposition, whole proposition, because he's disproving this angle in some way, but I still need to read it thoroughly.
I'm just gonna get it now. I will post it once I've flipped it over. Right, now I have I don't usually make notes in Euclid, but this is one of the ones that I have actually circled a certain part of it. And right, so proposition 16 starts down here, and then this is the proof of it. I'll read it out. It says, the straight line drawn at right angles to the diameter of the circle from the extremity of it falls without the circle. It's talking about a tangent, really, to the diameter. So there's going to be two tangents at either end of the diameter. And it says drawn at right angles to the diameter. So you've got two lines at either end of a straight line, a diameter. And there are right angles there. So there's two 90-degree angles at the either end of a straight line. Before the, well, actually, that's the triangle axiom, right? Your two right angles are taken up there. So basically, the straight line drawn at right angles to the diameter of a circle from the extremity of it falls without the circle, a tangent line outside of the circle. And no straight line can be drawn from the extremity between that straight line and the circumference, the part of the circle. You can't draw a straight line in between that. That wouldn't between the straight line and the circumference, so as to not cut the circle. So you couldn't fit another straight line in between the tangent and the circumference without cutting the circle. I mean, makes sense. There's no mention of an angle. Just simply, you cannot put another straight line there right now. So for me, this would say, because they are talking about the hump, in the, you know, like when they want to apply the model like Rumpus does, he puts the circle as being, I think Red's Rhetoric did that as well. He had a circle, he drew a circle, and he wanted to represent it as the surface of water. He wanted to represent it as level. So what he wanted to do then was, like Blue Marble does, they want to put a hump there. But this shows that you cannot drop that line so as to not cut some sort of the surface. So it's impossible to do this with their model. This, to me, I even named it the tangent chord. It has to be that way. If this is the way it happens in Euclidean geometry, and there is a statement that says you cannot draw another straight line in between the tangent and the circumference, then you literally cannot have what they want to have. It's impossible to see anything. It's madness. So to me, that goes to show how the globe mind wants to obfuscate a very simple statement within Euclid into something that they can imagine there's some sort of a curvilinear angle involved in that statement. I'll state it again. anybody really liking this, because this is one of the big points for the globe, and they'll use it. People like Iridium and WS, I don't know who else, Blue Marble Science, Rumpus, Brenda, and I don't know who else are the globe geometer geniuses. They will want to use this 316. Strange that it's 316. I almost think Euclid knew a few things. He dropped a few Easter eggs in here for people to fall into. So the globe side, Iridium 11. I don't know what happened to all of the other Iridiums. But Iridium 11 will want to use 316 Euclid. Oh, 316. To try and help him prove the globe, but it's a statement about a tangent to a diameter. It literally, there's no globe there. It's parallel lines.
It is rather against globe. It rather disproves globe, because he is talking about this chord line. In fact, this chord line will intersect the circle. It means that you cannot have straight lines on the globe.
Yeah, yeah. Literally, the straightest line you can get to a globe is a tangent. And that has a relationship where it's always at right angles to the radius at the point of contact. And this particularly, this one statement says you can't have another line in between. Another straight line. No slope. And this one particularly says there's two right angles at each end of the diameter. Either end. Two right angles. You cannot form a triangle with that. It proves parallel lines. Unfortunately, Bev's book doesn't mention angles. But every other edition he's talking about does talk about angles. Why? Why would somebody have injected an angle into here? There's no need. Right angles. There's your definition. The straight line at right angles. And no other straight line can be drawn that wouldn't cut the circle. It's simple. How could you want to make it more? Why would you want to make it more confusing? Why would you want to try and convince people that something that is very simple is more confusing? I don't know why anybody would want to do that. And logic, i.e. geometry, definitely doesn't want to try and confuse people with anything. It wants to lead people with the proofs along the way. It doesn't want to stop people at some point. So to me, that one is letting people know that the tangent point is at right angles to the diameter. It doesn't use radius. It always uses the diameter. I'm guessing because that shows that evenly at either side. It's following the equal proportions of the geometry altogether. Happens on one side, happens on the other side. It's very symmetrical about a circle. And if you have a right angle tangent at one end of the diameter, then you have a right angle at the other end of the diameter, thus meaning you have two right angles. These two lines that are at right angles at either end of a straight line would necessarily be parallel geometrically. It's one of the reasons we when we did the Realising Euclid test, it all of these principles that we talk about within all of this geometry is something that we take into the Realising Euclid tests, into reality. And it does say at the end, the conclusion, the therefore of this thing says, therefore, no straight line can be drawn from the point A between AE and the circumference so as to not cut the circle. Very simple. If that's your therefore at the end of the proposition, why would he want to add in angles? Doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah,
he is using angles, but normal angles. Then, because the angle DGA is a right angle construction, the angle DAG is less than a right angle. Therefore, DA is greater than DG, but DA is equal to DH. Therefore, DH is greater than DG, the less than the greater, which is impossible. This is reductio ad absurdum. So he is proving impossibility. That's why his last conclusion is impossibility also.
Yeah. And that's why there's no need for him to make up curvilinear angles in his construction of this. He just says it's impossible because right angles definitely have this way of working, and all of the proportions of the circle have this way of working, and they've all been proved along the way beforehand.
I have also a refutation of this kind of angle here in description of this proposition. Since an angle can be divided by a line, it would seem to be a magnitude. And this is quotation from Proclus. But if it is a magnitude, and all homogeneous magnitudes with which are finite have a ratio to one another, then all homogeneous angles, or rather all those on surfaces, will have a ratio to one another, so that the cornicular, this angle cornicular, will also have a ratio to the rectilinear, rectilineal. But things which have a ratio to one another can, if multiplied, exceed one another. Therefore, the cornicular angle will also sometime exceed the rectilineal, which is impossible, for it is proved that the former is less than any rectilineal angle. So he is proving that by this is another kind of reductio ad absurdum. He is proving that implications of using that kind of angle is contradiction or absurd.
Yeah, it should be in relation to it, but it's saying that it's not, it's less. And you can't have less of something that should be equal.
Yeah. So he's disproving, yes. So not only Euclid is disproving, but Proclus also. So it is just so. So you cannot use that because this is if you want to say that this is angle, this is self-refuting angle. He's disproving itself.
Yeah, it's really strange that when these guys, obviously, Iridium has been told this by somebody, and he's just repeated it, right? He's been handed a paralogism, faulty reasoning, and then just repeating it like a parrot, with no understanding or comprehension of what it is that he's actually talking about. Because if they had an inkling of what they were talking about, they would be showing us that it's an impossibility, right? What they're talking about is a reductio ad absurdum, where he shows an impossible situation. Well, that impossible situation is what they want to call an angle, a curvilinear angle. They want to use the impossible situation that Euclid sets up to give them a definition for their ridiculous angles. It's so far beyond. It's like they used to say about Trump, the way Trump plays 3D chess. Well, this is three-dimensional, 3D, 4D perhaps even, inverted paralogisms. That is that confusing that they can't even begin to work out how to solve their contradictions that they have. Multiple contradictions. This is one of them. I personally, I've been waiting for one of these globe guys to come and have a discussion about how they derive all of their misunderstandings of Euclid. And it'll be fascinating to listen to them, because obviously Iridium's not got a clue why he's brought this, why he wants us to look at it. Bev, bring this up. You know, it's an impossibility. It's a reductio ad absurdum. Yet these guys want the reductio ad absurdum as their definition for something that they've implied into the geometry. Something that
Yes.
Euclid never said.
I have this version longer, to be honest. I have this proposition as follows: the straight line drawn at right angles to the diameter of a circle from its extremity will fall outside the circle and into the space between the straight line and the circumference. Another straight line cannot be interposed. And here is, I think, "and" in your version, but I have semicolon here. Further, the angle of the semicircle is greater and the remaining angle less than any acute rectilinear angle. So I have, I think he is referring to this version longer, but still in this version, it is the proof remains the same.
Yeah.
So I don't know why it is added after semicolon, because it seems that you have this shorter version. I have longer version, but in my version, further proof is not talking, is the same as yours.
Yeah.
So I don't know why it is. Here.
You've got a bit that's added on that isn't even brought into the extra proof about it anyway. It just seems like somebody's added something on with the semicolon for some reason.
Yes, I don't know, but for honesty, I understand objection of Iridium that he has longer version. I also has longer version, but it doesn't mean that it in this longer version is somehow proving or using curvilinear angles. Not at all. Not at all.
In fact, it gets rid of it. And if your construction of the proof is the same, then that which doesn't get used in the proposition you know, the laying out of the argument, it's superfluous to the argument. It's not needed.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's why I am surprised why it is something added which is irrelevant after this semicolon, because it doesn't work, and he is not talking about angles between semicircle. He is around semicircle, but not. He's not talking about angle between curved line and straight line. So he's talking about angles created on semicircle, but not between semicircle and straight line.
And still, about it cutting the circle, but the proof is within the angles from straight lines, saying that they don't match up, not that there is another angle in between a straight line and a curve at any point. It's just about the cutting the circle, and how the proportions of the triangles and everything just don't work when you do that.
Yes, it is never mentioned angle between curved line and straight line. Never here in this proof. So I don't know why people are bringing this proposition as a proof of I don't know what.
Well,
I think
I'll give you an idea, right? Iridium has no argument, and what they've got is misunderstandings of implications that somebody has given them as a paralogism. Iridium is just parroting that out here. But like we say, we've now had a chance to go over this and to point out to anybody that's listening, if you ever hear this thing, if you ever hear anybody mentioning a curvilinear angle, their whole justification for that one statement is a self-made implication from this particular proposition within Euclidean geometry that doesn't state it whatsoever. Just doesn't mention it. So thank you, Iridium, for bringing this to us, because now Paper's intrigued as to why somebody's added something that didn't need adding in the first place. And our suspicion has been aroused by the fact that you, Iridium, are trying to use that as one of your proofs that an angle to a curve can exist. And why do they need angles to curves? Because they don't like straight lines. Ridiculous. Angle. I think we have had this discussion, obviously, because if anybody ever gets into these sort of discussions, they are fascinating to talk about, and it's more like you know, when you get into a conversation about religion with somebody who's religious and maybe you're not, well, this is you can be talking about geometry as though you're very practical and logical, but the other person on the other side it is very, very highly religious, and they're opposed to the actual geometry and the logicness of how logic and proofs come from Euclidean geometry. They have this understanding like Iridium has, where they've implied their deity into it, where they've made up things that aren't there. They're having visions of things. Such is their faith they're seeing things that aren't there. They're reading things into something that just isn't there. They're seeing ghosts. They're having apparitions.
I think that they are trying to hijack authority because, of course, Euclid is geometrical and logical authority. So they are trying to take him on their side. So to have great authority, Euclid is on globe side now, but it is impossible. Sorry, impossible.
Yeah,
But they are
rumpus.
trying.
Rumpus is one of the problems, right? We did notice this quite a bit ago. Whereas rumpus draws circles, he's allowed. Well, he's sort of gaslit them to believe that these particular the way this works, because. What you're talking about here, according to Rumpus, is these are horizontals. Every time these mention this straight line, Rumpus imagines these are horizontals. So this one does definitely relate to everything that the globe ever talks about. Horizontal at a point, 316. Straight lines not being parallel. 316. They're all there. All of them come down to this one proposition. Well, not just one, but mainly, yeah. This is the globe. This is where the globe geometry comes to every time. You'll hear it loads. 316. Not John. Euclid. Book 3. Proposition 16. What is John 3:16? Have we got anybody that can cite that?
No, I don't know what it is.
I bet you know it.
Maybe,
Yeah.
but I don't know the numbers.
Yeah.
Many people. Protestants or Lutherans, they know by heart
want
these
it?
numbers, but not me.
You want it? For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever so believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life.
Okay, so I don't see relation here between Euclid and John 3.
Well, do you not? Because the globe, right, relies on 316. The globe. It's like what? Whoever so begotten his son, right? This is 316. This is the globe. You have to put that faith that you have within the model, within this misunderstanding of 316. Euclid. So there is I think there is a direct relationship within what the John 3:16 stands for, because John 3:16 is basically logos, isn't it? It's John is the logic. That's the direct, I would say, not knowing much about it, but the relationship of John to this is, I think, undeniable. They've put, the globe model has put all of their eggs in this one basket, and that's why they fight for it so hard. That's why Iridium and whatever, WS, all of those people, that's why they fight for this. Their misunderstanding of an angle and how parallel lines, because it's all hidden within this particular thing. The key, the secret, the understanding of it all. 316. You'll hear it loads.
But still, I don't really understand that standpoint, because
Excuse me. Can I just jump in for 2 seconds?
Yeah, go on.
yes,
John 3:16 is, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever shall believeth in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. That was off the top of my head. Thank you.
Yeah, that's nice.
yes, but still, I don't understand why they are using Euclid 3:16, because it doesn't support anyhow their claim about curvilinear angles. So, and if
As
even
close as they can get. Literally.
It's the logos.
It's as close as the globe will ever come to trying to confuse somebody about something. And the link to 3:16 is, it's a belief thing. Whosoever shall believe. You have to believe that the curvilinear thing drops in this if you're a globe. There's no belief in Euclid because all of the proofs are there laid out.
Thanks, Bev.
This is the faith of the globe. And I think that's why Euclid knows 3:16. That's why he put it here.
But still, other geometers like Proclus can use this curvilinear or whatever, but still curved angle to disprove itself.
Yeah.
So it means that you can use this angle only to ridicule something, or to reduct it into absurd only. When, for example, students want to learn how to use reduction into absurd, you have great example. You can use curved angles. This would be a nice example of reduction into absurd. So this is only use of using this angle to disprove itself.
Yeah, I like the idea that it's a very simple part of a very simple geometric system, and you can understand it step by step, right? You don't just come into 3:16. You don't just do that. This is an axiomatic system. You should start at the definitions of book 1 and then go to book 2 and then go to the book 3. And if you wanted to just start off with book 3, then you should start off at book 3, the definitions first, then understand proposition 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to 16, because these follow each other along the way. You can't, or you shouldn't really just get dropped at 3:16 and be told by somebody like Iridium that actually proves that there are things like called curvilinear angles, that Euclid used them, or Proclus used them, or Pythagoras used them. He didn't. And if you read the definitions, which the globe guys can't, the globe geometers aren't allowed to, they would have the understanding of the knowing that what they're talking is rubbish. And that's why they can't look at the definitions and have an understanding of that, because then they'd know that they themselves were talking rubbish. Unfortunate for them, but that's the position the globe mind puts you in. There's contradictions everywhere. This is one of them that shows, right? The globe have to tell you their contradiction. Sorry, go on, paper.
So it is a contradictory angle. This curvilinear angle is contradictory, and it makes a conclusion paradoxal. So that's why Proclus proved that it cannot be used. It's like paradox. If you are using this angle, you are making, you are creating paradox. So of course, paradox only can have fallacy inside. So you cannot make statements with curved angle, because your statement will be filled with a fallacy, logical fallacy. That's why you cannot use that in argument anyway.
It literally says within it, it says, which is impossible. So Euclid's saying it's impossible. Proclus will say there's a contradiction, therefore not possible. Impossible. And if you've got something that's impossible, that means it cannot happen. So you've disproved the very thing that they're trying to base their model upon. Their whole model is based upon this very thing. And this very thing messes them up.
And this thing is disproved by ancient geometers. So,
yeah,
sorry.
It was disproved way before they even thought about bringing it up. These Discord globe geometer geniuses are trying to bring something in by saying they know better than somebody that said it's impossible. The founder of mathematics, the founder of geometry.
In my opinion, this is because modern people, modern mathematicians didn't read Euclid. And before that, like in medieval times or ancient times, they did read Euclid, and that's why they knew that they cannot create that model, because according to Euclid and other geometers, it is impossible. But now when people don't know Euclid, they just may create this model, which according to Euclid is impossible, because they don't know Euclid. If, for example, people in schools were taught Euclid, especially this proposition 316, they would never create that model, because they would knew that this is impossible. And if teacher in school would tell to students, for example, you know, our precious globe, no, professor, this is Euclid 316, and here we can see that this is impossible. But people are not taught in school anymore that. Pity.
Yeah, I think the way it gets told nowadays in schools is, well, this is Euclid. Well, maybe not even this is Euclid. These are two-dimensional square circles. You may get taught about perpendiculars and tangents and that sort of stuff. But you now get told there's such a thing as non-Euclid, right? And when you look at Euclid, it's a load of letters and stuff, and yeah, there's reasoning involved in it, and it seems complicated, although it's very simple. It's tricky. So non-Euclid seems a bit better, right? It's different. It's almost as though it's not that structured system. So learning not Euclid is a lot easier.
But you cannot understand that, so you only can memorize So it's like learning poetry by heart. And still, I don't understand because, for example, it's like teaching not music, for example.
Yeah.
I
It's
will
like
teach
poetry
you
with no
not music.
understanding of what a word is, right? So how do you compose a poem without an understanding of the structure of words, without grammar? It's impossible. It wouldn't have any meaning. It wouldn't be a poem. It wouldn't have a structure. It's like music without knowing what a note is. It's just a mess.
Yes, complete mess. Yes. So denying something, it has to be related to this thing, very thing. So if someone is denying Euclid, at least he should know what he is denying. And and if he is trying to prove something non-Euclidean in Euclid, like in 3:16, there I would I am very happy because it invigorate me to look thoroughly in this proposition, and now I know that this claim is complete rubbish.
Yeah.
Yesterday I wouldn't know.
That's the beauty of this, right? Isn't it? We always say, I mean, luckily enough tonight, it was Iridium in the chat. But I've been saying the similar sort of things when Brenda and Rumpus, and every time we have a conversation and they have some idea of something about their model, and whenever they bring it, we get a chance to do these sort of things. Now, I've seen this one quite a bit ago, but luckily enough tonight, Paper, right? You may never have heard this as an argument. Now you get to see what happened tonight. Paper's looked at this and now quite confident in the fact that the globe argument about this is a load of shit. It's based on nothing. Nothing there behind the non-argument from the globe. Yet again, they're just making up fantasy, what they want to believe. They've implied into it, which isn't there in the first place. It's like a poltergeist. It doesn't exist. So thank you very much. Anybody else wants to bring any of these sort of things to us? I mean, I've been asking WS to talk. Everybody knows who WS is, right? Globe Troll. Just trolls comments endlessly on doesn't matter what platform you're on. Probably the founder of flatearth.ws. Very closely linked to Where's Wally and the Globe Wolfpack gang. But there is another, I call them Flat Earth Society. That's who WS is. I've been saying to them for quite a while, come in and have a chat. We can sort these sort of things out. But they never do. They can't actually acknowledge the argument that has been brought, not by us, by Euclid, right? They have some sort of an implied thing within a Euclidean statement or a definition or whatever, and they're unable to talk about it to us. So they talk to each other, and obviously that's where Iridium has got this from. A misunderstanding that something isn't in there. Now, somebody could have interpreted or added a little bit on extra afterwards. In fact, there is definitely a piece in the back of this book of mine by Heath that wrote a bit and saying why somebody had added a few things in to imply certain things, because it influenced a generation of people. Just these little changes into believing that there was some way that they could expand beyond Euclidean, expand the minds of people into different places. That's why these things were added, paper, with intent.
It is maybe, but still, I think he's giving many references and many comparisons from that. So I can learn from even from this edition, and people like Iridium are invigorating me to do that.
Yeah.
Without this, I would maybe never read it thoroughly, or
You
just
may never have questioned it so deeply, right?
yes.
Yeah.
So I would say that okay, I will read that, and I will omit. I will not notice this particular thing here, maybe. But now, as it is pointed out by Iridium, I went through it more thoroughly, and now I learned more about that, and I learned how this globe curved angle is great bullshit and based on nothing, because I suspected that maybe something is there in this argument, but there isn't. There isn't. It is self-contradictory angle. So it is disproving itself, angle which disproves itself. That's why they couldn't use that, because you have to use, for example, in triangles, you can use it in argumentation for something. But if you cannot set up ratio between two angles on two other sides of the line and curved line, you cannot use that. It doesn't work.
Yeah, I think. Thank you, Iridium. And you can thank whoever told you that as well. Whoever gave you that particular paralogism for you to be able to feel confident enough to type it in the chat. Thank them too. Thank them for showing you that. This is why people like Iridium have disposable YouTube what do they call it, avatars or accounts, ones that nobody has a name to. You can't you couldn't say that Iridium was Rumpus and be sure it was Rumpus.
That's why I use my real name, and I'm still here every day.
That's why I use Bev Try Thinking all the time. Well, I mean, we did have a bit of a mess about with them. Curvature Hunter, horizontal level, literalist, I think I was, for a bit. Well, that was quite funny. That was hard for them to say that. So going on to that one, thank you very much about this, Iridium, again, and thank your globe geometer buddies.
Yes, and I am also sending my regards.
Yeah, well, that's why I think it's good, because if people like Iridium, text chat trolls for the globe, can help people like Paper come to a realization of something that he sort of had an idea of before, but now is absolutely certain. You can hear it in your voice, Paper. I'm impressed. That's the sort of thing that we would like to do every day. to everyone.
Yes,
Everyone can gain that sort of a knowledge, then that's good.
And I dare to call it science, or at least study for science. That kind of approach. This is, I would say it is scientific or approaching to be scientific.
Well, they do say the science of reasoning is logic. It is a science within itself. It's the science of gaining knowledge, but the actual reasoning process has a logical way of going around it. So it is very scientific. For me, you know, the very idea of you thinking about reasoning gives you a knowledge. It can give you a certainty. You can be sure of what you know once you go through that thought process, that reasoning steps. And if you can lay things out in syllogisms, then within a thought process, you can gain knowledge from it. So it's very scientific, in my understanding as well. I would say so. So we're going to have that discussion as well. Right.
Yes, but I think this quotation 3:16 tonight was very fortunate.
I like it because I like liken John to Logos and the tale of the Logos. So it's all coincidence that Euclid 3:16 is the same as John 3:16, or not the same, but I mean they have a belief element to them. Not only because it is 3:16. I'm talking about the reason globe has to have that and try and reclaim it, because 3:16, this proposition within Euclid, there are so many reasoning steps, right, where logic just drops on you once you come to the realization of how many things fit within this one particular proposition, and how they all seem to relate to each other, all of the vital elements within geometric understanding and the formulation of the circle and the straight lines and outside and triangles within. This is this one we will keep coming back to. It never ends, this particular proposition, and the globe will keep giving it to us as well, because they have to rely on this.
Yes, but I think it is based also on their ignorance, or because it's worth to explain to Globe-Earth that they are using a wrong citation, because it completely disproves rather globe their model than support it, because it cannot support, because it would be contradiction. Or maybe they like this contradiction.
Yeah.
That's why they are relying on this. Oh, here we have good contradiction, so it will fit our model perfectly.
That's why I've been saying for a bit, there's a thing that's wrapped up. Once it's wrapped up within a paralogism, right, they've based something on it. Once that has occurred, they cannot go back and look at it, because the paralogism will be broken, and they've already accepted it. It's an accepted truth that they've had, although it's a faulty truth. It's a fallacy. It's a fallacious conclusion they've come to. We call that and wrap it up in it. It's called a paralogism. Now, you say it at the basis of this, there's a disproof, right? Now, they can't see it, right? Because they would disprove something that they've already accepted as a truth.
Yes, so they will never admit that in this concrete proposition is rebuttal for their claim.
Yeah.
So they will never admit that, I think.
So that's what we're after, a word for that thing that they can't see, that destroys their argument, their non-argument. It's still everybody's on the search for it. We will find that word or that particular statement that gives you chance to explain exactly what's going on and why there's a problem, why it seems so easy for us to reason something and come to a conclusion, but there's another group of people that cannot see that reasoning process. They're forced not to, and they're I'm guessing call it cognitive dissonance, where they have to go around the issue.
But the conclusion has been determined for them, so the reasoning has to come to that conclusion. It's not like they're trying to come to a conclusion based on their reasoning. Their reasoning has to come to a predetermined conclusion. Like they give you an answer on a test, and you have to come up with the question.
Wally just tried to have a go at a meme about paradoxes, but it wasn't even that. That was strange. It's almost as though they cannot understand logical arguments and stuff. They definitely can't understand what a paradox is. Diletheists have a problem with that. Okay. That's been good. That's been a very good chat. And hopefully we can go into another one now. On the back of that. Iridium. Oh, he's gone. Oh, I hope he's all right. He might have gone to go and thank his mates. I hope he did. He should be able to go over this. He's a good one at commenting actually on the video, so he'll probably do that. The other one, I'm hoping, is Mike around? Might be listening in. If you're listening in, Mike, we might need a few of your screenshots from earlier. I've got only one. And this is from Twitter. And this is from a guy who we have actually had a couple of conversations with, Tommy Gromwald. He's got a YouTube channel. And I got this message today on my Twitter. It seemed like it was out of nowhere, but if Mike's listening or whatever, it might become apparent, because Tommy says, I just had to try out Try Thinking's logic. I don't have a logic. There is only logic, like there is only reality. Sort of the same thing. I don't have a particular one, but he seems to think if everybody wants to link logic to me, then good, but it's not my logic. We just try and simplify things to make it as easy as possible. I just had to try thinking's logic for how to figure out the shape of the horizon. Seems it's curved after all. The shape of the horizon. Is a horizontal a shape? Has anyone ever heard of a horizontal shape? And he's put curved. Is a curved a shape? I don't know. I would say not. But these guys are obviously globe geniuses, and they make up new shapes. We did have one that thought a plane was a shape. A two-dimensional. What about a flat? Has anybody ever heard of a flat as a shape? And my logic for finding out the shape of the horizon would be to look up. I would give you a quick boost. Just look up horizontal, the definition, if you want to logically derive the shape, bunny ears, of the horizon. You will find that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, and if the horizon lies within a plane, you could call it a straight horizontal line lying within the plane of that horizon. But considering the horizon is an apparent position, then that position would have to lie within a horizontal plane. That's how me personally, Bev, would derive a bunny ear shape of the horizon. It's just horizontal. Is horizontal a shape? I wouldn't say so. It's just an orientation. But this came from... We've not even got the... because Mike has been... Mike likes to talk to people on YouTube chats. Obviously, these people, they can't talk and have a conversation about these things. We've been asking them if anybody wants to come in. There is a Discord channel. Anybody can come in whenever they want. People are sat in the chat right now. They've come in and they have conversations with us all the time. Anybody can. Loads of people have come in over the years. You just have to look at the chat and see who's been in, who's talked, and how we've talked to each other, the conversations that we've had. Well, Mike likes to go and do typing on comments, and Mike has been talking to Tommy somehow. I don't know how he managed to do it. It'd probably be a good story. He's good at talking like that, Mike. And telling us how we got into the conversation. But into the conversation that Mike was having with Tommy. Tommy became under the misunderstanding that Mike was me. They think because... I'm guessing because the logical arguments keep coming, and anybody else who joins in with these will say a similar thing, because once you have an understanding of the trivium, how the words are built up, and then you have logical implications, and then you use advanced simplicity to condense it and confine it, make it more succinct. Mostly, the words come out the same because you're making the same point as with as few words as possible and make it as easy as possible. Well, Mike does that in word form. That's what we do here. But they think it's me for some reason. It's not me. It's simple words that are said simply. But because of that, Tommy's been making videos with my name on it, I think. I don't know if anybody's got them. Let me have a look. Tommy Grumble. Tommy Grumble. Look at that. He's done a clip on his YouTube. Right, let's have a look. Videos. Oh, it looks like he's been copy link. Right, anybody in this is the link to Tommy's chat coming into the YouTube there. Boom. There's no need for you to leave the chat and to do the link. I'll be going over it in a minute on here. It's just if anybody does want to look at it, I'm going to put it on because some of this would be quite funny. So this is Tommy Gromwald and his YouTube channel. He's obviously obsessed with a certain group of people. Okay, can you guys see that on Twitter? Oh, sorry, on YouTube. Yep. Now, he doesn't like flat earthers, does Tommy? Yeah. Promoting these YouTube channels. So, subscribe to Tommy Gromwald if you want to. What's he do? Sunsets. Look at the face. Hey, that's 1 year ago. Bev, try thinking. Nice. So he's been talking about me quite a lot. He quite likes Gary. Seems like he makes videos 8 months ago, 7 months ago, right? So he's not done much for his YouTube channel. So let's see if we can get Tommy back into making videos again. Because 1 day ago, video here about Bev being Bev or his left hand sock puppet being Bev. Think it's Mike. It's not me, but he's using my name because he's obviously got triggered. We were talking about this, how people get affected by certain people, and how you have your first memory of having your globe model wrecked by an argument, and it's so hard to get rid of the person from the argument, because obviously if you can't rebut the argument, then you're better off associating it with a person, and then you can try and discredit that person in the hopes that you can get rid of the defeat the argument that way. Maybe that, may not be, I don't know. It may just be that it's bringing him back again, but he's made 2 videos within the last 2 days. He's not done anything for 7 months. Nothing. It looks like his views have dropped off a bit as well. Maybe that's why he was he had a bit there. Bev, Blackpool, Ranty and Ruhif. He did well with that one. That was a good one. So we'll have a look at this. I'll turn this up, right, because we'll hope we can get Tommy back into making some YouTube videos. The globe needs some heroes, and if you have to use my name and completely misrepresent me, well, that's what everybody's been doing forever. So let's have a look at this. It looks like he's just going over comments. It's only 2 minutes long, so it's not a very long video. Let's see what he says. Let me turn it up. I might not have that on there. Can you hear that?
No, I
No.
cannot see in this film.
It's just talking to Mike. It's just scrolling through comments. I don't get it. Tommy, have you lost your mic? I don't think this is the way to put your channel back together again. Does anybody else want to read scrolling text? It's not even done like Star Wars or anything. It's boring. Yeah, no, not even any like Askin says, no even attempt at elevator music or anything like that. Circus. You know, at least get your oven mitts out or something like that. I mean, come on, Tommy, put some effort in. And it's Bev being Bev, zoomed in text. This is Mike Jones. It's Mike. Shout out Mike. It's not Bev. Sorry. It's literally I'm not here. Mike Jones, Tommy, Mike Jones, Tommy, Mike Jones. Shout out Mike Jones. Tommy. Mike Jones. Mike Jones, Tommy. Oh, Mr. E.J. Wheeler. Mike Jones, Mike Jones. Mike Jones, Mr. E.J. Wheeler. Mike Jones, Tommy. Mr. E.J. Wheeler. Mike Jones. Mike Jones, Tommy. Mike Jones. Tommy. Mike Jones. Tommy. Mike Jones. Mike Jones. Shout out Mike. Where's he got Bev? Look, even this bit here, it says, Mike, anytime you'd like to chat with me and Bev, they're 2 different people, right? And to which Tommy says, well, that's definitely parallel with the horizon. Well, Bev, that's what you need to back up. It's not Bev. Tommy, that's not me, mate. Delusion, he's making videos addressed to me, using my name, pretending he's talking to me, but he's not. Don't be fooled by Tommy if you're listening to Tommy. Whatever. He's talking to Mike Jones. Again. Seriously, Bev. He says, at Mike Jones, seriously, Bev. I'm not Mike Jones. I'm Bev. Mike Jones is a different person altogether. I know, I talk to him every morning when he's on his way to work. We have many chats. We are not the same person. How can I be everywhere? Like this, the idea that the Globe guys, they've been talking, and instead of coming talking to us like normal people would, they talk to each other and they make up stories. And I'm guessing these stories have got more and more fantastic as time goes on. And what they've ended up doing, this Globe team, is they've made a boogeyman. A boogeyman of a logical argument that they're all scared of. They can't look at. It's that frightening that they can't look at it. They can't. They have to avert their eyes. Their gaze has to be averted. Otherwise, they will probably turn to stone or something like that. So they can't do it. And they've put all of that within some sort of a boogeyman. And they've called it Bev. But it's not Bev. It's a logical argument that they can't look at. And anybody that does that, anybody that triggers them into that thought process, they're going to call Bev. They're going to pretend that it's me, but it's not. It's just literally, it's a simple argument that they're scared of. They're not scared of me. But this Tommy, it's amazing. Yes, Bev. I never denied you did, Bev. And then even feeding ravens. At the end here says, so Bev, you are right. Anywhere on Earth we can use a level to establish a horizontal. Anywhere, that's right. It's not Bev that you're talking to. It's Mike Jones that you're talking to. But nice to think that anybody's ending up agreeing with us that horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. You can establish a horizontal with a level anywhere. Anyone can. It's not a very technical thing for anybody to be able to do. And shout out Mike Jones. The Logos just speaks through different people. And if you ever get called Bev, then just think that you must be doing something very logically. And you've triggered Glober into thinking that your argument is sound, valid, logical. The reasoning process makes them scared of you or to look at that particular argument. And shout out to Tommy. Good to see you back making videos again. Come for a chat anytime. We can talk about geometry and stuff like that. You can make sure you're talking to me as well if you want. Or we can get Mike in. You can have a conversation with Mike. Like he said, come and talk to both of us at the same time. That'd be good too. Then you could be absolutely certain that we aren't the same person. We definitely sound differently. I can't do a voice like Mike, and Mike can't do a voice like me. Neither of us can do that. Despite we live in different countries too.
Maybe it is some game, because he is repeating your name in every or nearly every response,
Yeah.
which is not very usual in that kind of conversations. So maybe he's playing some game. I don't know, but this is not natural to mention name in every response.
There's 114 comments for a 2-minute video. Is that really? Here we go. First comment. He's pinned it. This one says, I'm not familiar with Bev, but is he the one that claims to be a surveyor? No. No, he's the one that has actually got a certificate for land surveying. I'm not a surveyor. Never claimed to be a surveyor. Never. I have surveyed, as have many people. Skeptic was talking to us. He was showing us the other day when he was doing some surveying. So shout out Skeptic. Meeting somebody out on the thing and grabbing the rod and going and doing a bit. He's got an experience now. I'll just have to add a comment. I'm not Mike.
I don't know if Mike can talk. Maybe he's commuting, but he may be able to give his perspective on this whole situation. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. I'm not Mike, but if you want to talk, you can pop over anytime. I'll put good to see you back. Good to see you making videos again. There you go. So, thanks for that, Tommy. But I don't know. I don't know why people are using my name. It seems like there's an anti-Bev sort of movement going on. It's only I don't know. It's as though there's a lot of people out for trying to either label me or discredit me, or maybe there's some sort of fame attached to it for Tommy, that he could say that he's had a conversation with Bev and it's made a video about it, even though it's not Bev. somebody that was on this Discord server. So then could everybody that is on this Discord server be classed as Bev? I don't know.
Do you think that they've gone mad because you have not capitulated to taking a position on the shape of their deity, perhaps? It seems that the more that you stand your ground on you're not a flat earther, and the more many of us here claim the same thing, the more they seem to go mad. I don't know if there's a relation there or not, but it seems to me there might be.
I can remember when Betty came round here, right? And this was one of the steps that, up until the point that Betty came round, we were just dealing with random no-names talking to people on Discord, right? The people that we've been talking to on Discord, and I don't know whether anybody would know this, but if you've ever heard of Zanuck, Zanuck is like the entry level person who you normally meet whenever you come into this arena, and he's like the first level boss in a way that he'll be the first person you point out that he's obviously lying, and you can progress through all of the other bosses, let's say, to find out that they're all full of shit. Literally, they just make stuff up. And if they're not making stuff up, somebody else has made some stuff up and they've believed it, right? They're standing on the shadows of shadow giants. They're being handed paralogisms by their mates, and they're being indoctrinated into a cult of accepting shadow giants' words with no questioning. Like the amount of faith you must have for this model is unbelievable. Because of that, they can't access this normal stuff that most normal people can. And Zanuck is the entry level stuff, and that's where these people come from.
I think that you, Beth, you trigger them because as a so-called normie, they let's say that they are used to argue against flat earthers. So this is just a narrow arena here. But if some normie can argue against globe, this is a new situation for them. And I think maybe they are feeling like in danger, that it is going outside of this false dichotomy.
I think you're right, Paper. I think that's exactly what it is. I think they underestimated when Fight the Flat Earth drew Bev into this arena. They underestimated what Bev's experience and his, the fact that he never had a model in the first place was going to do to their argument. And when you're not arguing from a traditional flat earth perspective, and you're only arguing from geometry and logic and using rhetoric to do that argument, it just proves that they have nothing. And that's why they're so incensed. That's why people like Red's rhetoric has to go after a woman. I don't know if you talked about that or not.
No, not yet. No.
Yeah, I mean maybe we'll save that for a later time.
Well, yeah, that will, because I'm going for the debate tomorrow. That could be in the pre-show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean that's it, right? They become so triggered and so vile that for what? Because a guy actually believes in his heart of hearts that I have no idea the shape of the earth, nor do I care, but I do know these things that I take from geometry that I can prove in reality. And the only comeback that they have is fantasy, complete and total lunacy and fantasy. Going back to those conversations between Mike Jones and Tommy Boy there. I mean, you haven't made the link between establishing a horizontal and the horizon is madness.
Yeah, we haven't touched upon what the conversations were, just for the fact that Tommy thought it was me. Hopefully Mike's got a bit of time that he can explain that, because it is Euclid night, and Tommy got triggered by Mike talking about basic straight lines again. It's always
It's always
they get
the straight
triggered
lines.
by the straight line.
Yeah.
No problem, Mike. Yeah, the idea that this straight line, I've called this one tonight straight lines again. It'll probably put people off because we keep talking about this same thing, but this is how basic the argument is.
I know. How can we not?
Yeah.
I mean, as you pointed out yesterday, right? They keep saying, "I don't understand. I don't understand. We don't understand. You don't understand." We try to make it simple. How much simpler can you get than the straight line? And that doesn't even work.
Yeah. Yeah. Once you know there's a group of people that you can talk about a straight line, they will gaslight it and tell you that you don't understand what a straight line is without explaining what their definition of it is. That's the bit that gets you, right? Because they'll tell you that you don't understand, and you say, well, what is it then? And they say, well, you wouldn't understand it. Like, that means nothing. Help me understand it. Oh, you can't. You won't. I've told you. And that's not how you should communicate with people. Especially if you're trying to come from the intellectually superior. You should be able to at least attempt to explain it. And they don't. There's a few quotes about things, and one of them is, if you can't explain something simply, then you simply don't understand it. Because if you are an expert in something, the expert can always simplify whatever it is to a really basic level. Now, you won't be able to repeat it, because only the expert can do that. And that's what we should be after, is finding experts that can explain these things. And unfortunately, there is no globe experts. They're all their own expert who's made up their own model. And they can't talk about it in front of other people because they know, I think, through hearing other people talk about their models, that there are contradictory things within the different models. But you can't discuss that with somebody if you have a model and they have a model and they're both meant to be the globe model, but yours contradicts theirs. How do you discuss that with them? Because one of you has to be wrong. How could you possibly be wrong about your model when you've made it up? It's hard work. And I think that's the sort of thing that gets into the globe mind. It struggles to relate geometry to reality.
I think that naturally globers would be divided. But if they have false dichotomy, namely flat Earth or flat Earth society, they have common enemy. And this is only thing that can unify them. So without flat Earth society, they wouldn't be unified, because there are some things they have in common, but they differ in many things. Their deity is not one deity. This is personal deity of every single glober. So they would just argue within themselves. But as they have flat Earth opposition, so-called, they are just plotting tactics against flat Earth. So that's why they are unified.
Yeah. That's why they're having to try to label us as flat earthers, because they have to tie this argument in, because they know they can't beat this argument, and they know that some of the more prominent people who are obviously talking around their group, they've been told that we're wrong. They've been told that we're flat earthers, but we're not. So they're trying to disprove reality when they're thinking they're trying to debunk flat Earth. They're actually trying to debunk an argument from reality, obviously. And that's why they're in trouble. That's why their minds are tortured. Look, sit on Tommy. I mean, look at Tommy's face. Does that look like a face of confidence? He looks worried to me. If you ever want to come and have a chat, Tommy, come and have a chat. Might want to get into that debate thing there. I think there's a lot of people wanting to get on that paper since we said about us wanting to debate and them not having an argument. I think they want to test themselves now, that they want to actually try and have a debate. They want to bring their arguments, or what they think are arguments.
Yes, that kind of pride in them is working also. So
Yeah.
I am not good enough to debate Bev. No. I am experienced debater from like 2016. It is impossible that I couldn't debate. So they are trying to find new opponents to defeat, of course.
Yeah, he's got a few. He's got some Lego stuff as well. We were pointing out as well, somebody, I don't know who pointed that out. Lego's definitely Euclidean, isn't it?
Gentlemen.
Oh, there we go. Tell us a story, Mike. Come on.
I'm literally talking to Tommy right now in his own YouTube chat. I'm like, Tommy, hop on over to OnTheLevel. Put it on.
Yeah.
Come on, Tommy.
Good evening, Bev.
He won't do that. He's not coming in here. You get humiliated.
Did Paper just crack that joke?
Yeah.
Good evening, Bev. We have to acknowledge that. Please acknowledge that. Thank you.
It was I acknowledged it. No, it was, I don't know what happened. I don't know how he ended up chatting with me, but you know me, I go off in the wild every once in a while in little YouTube comment sections, and then people post things, and I just post things like level is horizontal, and then everybody starts calling me Bev.
Well, yeah, because he's made that saying famous now.
It was a lot of fun, but I don't think Tommy. I think Tommy's a little shy. I think he had his day in the sun a year ago and didn't like it too much, and then kind of went into hiding, which is why he hasn't really made any content recently. And all he's doing now is like scrolling through my comments to him, which was just bizarre.
Yeah,
and in those,
not even any talking. What's that about?
No. Hey, you know, it was funny. It was like a Wally video. Wally did that as well. Wally did a few videos where he kind of just said, you know, hello, mate. I'm going to scroll through some comments from Mike Jones. And I'm like, okay. Oh, and he said this and he said that. I'm like, yeah, I did. He made but Wally did like a 12-minute video of just comments.
Yeah.
So this was a shorter one.
You've only just started with Tommy, obviously.
Yeah. The Tommy party is just about to kick off.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to go find an Argyle sweater so that we can go sweater for sweater. I'm going to go down to the local secondhand store and see if I can dig anything out of the 80s bin for Argyle sweaters.
You definitely need to do that. And then maybe we can get you a Bev mask or something. Can we do that?
Yeah, I gotta go do that. Oh, the Argyle sweater.
We've got Rob Keane.
Yeah, we've got Rob Keane masks.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, so which video was it, Mike, that you picked up this fame from, right? You realise you've had an entire video, although it was named Bev, right? He got the title wrong, but that entire video was based on you and your comments. Like I made him come out of a 7-month retirement and back into the ring with a video just for you.
I made a single comment in the Steve McRae non sequitur video that something like level is horizontal or all horizontals are parallel or just literally 5 words. And then it was raining Norwegians. Tons of all the Norwegians came out. Saragaki was like, look at you, you're attracting Norwegians. And
my goodness.
And he was spelling horizontal with an S so that he could curve it. He's like, the horizon has a Z, but horizontal has an S. I was like, what? What are you even talking about? I don't even think in British English, horizontal has an S. Does it?
No, I don't think it.
No, it's got a Z.
Yeah, if you pluralize it. Yeah, if you make it plural.
At the end of it, right?
Horizontals.
Horizontals. Yeah, because I think Blood Sticker looked it up earlier today, and I chastised him for making the claim that this Tommy guy was completely making that shit up, that there's an S in it. Apparently in Scandinavian languages, in Nordic languages it is, I suppose. But we'd have to get Saragaki to confirm that.
Yeah, I mean, I got him to confirm here. Thanks again. I said, thanks again for confirming we all use a water level to establish a horizontal plane of reference. And he wrote, when did anyone deny that, Bev?
Yeah,
I was like, wait,
so
what?
So confused. It's like you are literally having different arguments with different people, and I'm pretty certain now that these people like Tommy don't talk with anybody else on their side. Like Tommy and Blue Marble and Zanuck and all of these people, they never get together to discuss their stuff. Like we do. We all talk and we work through any problems that anybody has, right? We all try and come together to come to a greater understanding. Well, these guys just don't do that. None of it.
Wait. I think he's going to bed. Hang on. I got a post for you. One update. Last update of the night, probably from Tommy. It's close to midnight in Norway. And here it is. No thanks. That's to the invite. It's midnight here now, and I'm going to bed. Got to be up in the morning. But keep on making fun of me in there. That still doesn't make the horizon horizontal. God bless him.
Well, making fun of him definitely doesn't change the horizon from being what it is.
I mean, so let's just clarify here. So as far as I could glean from Tommy and Mike's, Bev, Mike, if you may or may not disagree with this, because you've done all the talking with Tommy, but I'm going to try to summarize. So if you make the claim, if anyone makes the claim, the audacious claim that the horizon is horizontal, they are a flat earther. Did I encapsulate that quite right?
I think so, yeah. And also Bev.
Yeah. So if that's the case, if I'm right about that, that's now two things at least, right? So you've got the fact that the horizon is horizontal, right? That everybody would agree with. And so everybody's a flat earther. This goes to the point of Bev we've talked about before, right? Like they're going to make everybody in the world a flat earther.
Yeah.
Like everybody. So there's a new one, and the other one was just a spirit level. Put a spirit level is horizontal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody, you put a spirit level out, and you look at the spirit level, you go, what's the orientation of that? Is that horizontal or vertical or something else? Some slopes? No, of course it's horizontal. Why are you even asking me that, you moron? So there you are. That's at least two. There's probably more.
Well, but the fact that all of the points along the horizontal on the level would have an equal elevation.
You would think that most people would get that as well.
Yeah, most people will understand that, but that is now a flat earth thing. That makes you a flat earther. That they've literally said that to us. So there's three things that are understandable to everybody in reality. And those three things, according to this very tiny group of people, will make you a flat earther, which means that they're in the minority. They are definitely in the minority now. It's just who's going to convince each other about whether a model can change the way you actually think about reality. That's what it's always been the question. Always. How strong is your mind when you are given an obvious paradox? What happens? How strong are you? How strong's your mental state? How good are you at questioning your own beliefs? And how strong is your faith? Those of us with knowledge don't really require as much faith, because the knowledge will support the majority of it. You fill the rest with faith. But those of us with no knowledge, no proofs, have to have an extraordinary amount of faith to make up that no knowledge, lack of knowledge.
This faith have has to deal with contradictions. So if Glauber can overcome contradiction with faith, so how strong this faith has to be?
Very strong. Very, very strong. As a person of faith myself, I can tell you that it takes a lot of faith to overcome what seems to be contradiction. It's amazing.
Yeah, your faith has to be extraordinarily strong for you to wipe out a contradiction.
Yep.
I couldn't do it. I don't have that much faith.
No.
Literally
In the
don't.
face, right? In the face of a proof, right? I mean, that's the difference between
Yeah.
their religion and, let's say, the religions of the world, as people would, the normies would understand it, right? Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism, whatever, right? Muslim, Islam, whatever. That's the difference. Is there can really be no proofs in those, right? It is really by faith, but there are proofs. We've talked about them. You've talked about them ad nauseum, and yet the faith is so strong it overcomes that. It's an amazing faith, really is.
The biggest faith I've ever seen. But I mean, they're getting. I think it's wavering. Let's say, or certain people's faith. There's only a few that have this die-hard faith. The ones that are preaching right now. I think there's a very few of them, and they're becoming more and more noticeable.
Yeah, only the priests left.
Yeah,
the priests are we're getting down to just the priests left.
And they're showing their tactics
have left
as
already.
well, aren't they? Yeah,
Absolutely.
Gone.
Yeah. The congregants have left the church, because I mean the congregants. I'll even say like the bow tie science guy and the Tyson dude or whatever. I mean, even those guys, the congregants, have, by and large, have left. It's like now just the the priests. The priests are the only ones that are the ones performing the sacrament. Are the only ones left at this point.
Which was the aim. Like we knew quite a bit ago that we aren't part of whatever that was, that old dichotomy. We were never part of that. Always part of reality, talking to people, coming from a reality viewpoint, and obviously basing arguments from reality. But now we've found that everyone is purposely unable to have the conversation, because I think, I don't want to offend anybody here, but I think the arguments that have been raised within the arena for years now are circular arguments, and they've been brought around purposely to keep this cycle going. Once you've been in it for long enough, you surely must realize that the things that you've seen and heard have just gone around and around and around. You're doing the same thing, talking about the same arguments, just in different ways, with the same people that you've proved of blatant liars. They've contradicted themselves hundreds of times, yet you still have a similar argument and the similar thing going over and over, which we do the same thing, I must admit. It's part of human nature to do that. But we're only going over these basic facts because people keep coming to us and telling us we don't understand them, so we have to keep going over them to reinforce that, yes, we do. This is our understanding. Here it is. You're the ones that aren't hearing what we're saying. It doesn't ever change.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I will also say, I mean, to be fair, you're right. We do look at the shows that you've done. I mean, we do tend to repeat, and I think it is much for the reason that you say. But I think there's also the fact that, you know, with the new stuff that we've brought, right? Like with what Raven brought to us with the trivium and those things, we've gone round and around and around on those as well. But that's because we're learning those things. It's new to us. We want to learn those things, and so we're going to repeat them almost like practice to make sure that we've got those concepts down.
I think the
So
whole basis of advanced simplicity does that naturally, though.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fascinating though. This whole thing, the last, God, now what's it been? 2 months, maybe 3 months, have been just blowing up. Fascinating to me.
Yeah. Well, we did, Busted, our bard, did sing about We Will Watch It Burn.
Yeah. Yep.
And from the ashes comes what? Well, that's up to us, right? What we are becoming is what we've always been. And we've always been. It's been shown now that we are separated from this other group, this false dichotomy that's going on. Well, we are the opposite of that. Epoche, right? That's the false dichotomy that's given to you. Well, we're in the middle going, have you ever heard of epoche, guys?
Yeah.
Let's just go with what we can prove.
Exactly. What you can see, what you can know. And let's talk about those things because they're still interesting things. So I think a lot of people are I think maybe they think those things are boring, but there's a lot to learn. Like every time we get into a geometric discussion, and I know myself, I know Mike for sure, because I know Mike, but I know lots of people are pretty well educated. I never got that stuff in school. Never. It's new stuff to me. But I think a lot of people think that those things that we can prove in reality and discuss like geometry are just old. We have to come up with something new and exciting. And you know, I don't know that that's necessarily that isn't necessarily true. But I think that's where a lot of people go, right? They go to the fantasy, the what ifs, and I see the draw for that. I do.
Yeah.
It's exciting to get into science fiction, you know.
Well, like Steve McRae says, right? When people like Steve McRae say, I mean, there may be followers of Steve McRae. I don't know. But when Steve McRae says reality is non-Euclidean, that gives them that idea of the fantasy. It puts in their minds that there is something beyond Euclidean, but they don't understand Euclidean, like you said. Like most people don't get the basic geometry. They don't understand pi being the relationship of a diameter to the circumference. It needs to be explained because these things just weren't taught. They were just taught as Shadow Giant says.
Absolutely, and the implications of that, right? I mean, just I don't know. Take a poll of anybody that's done the Euclidia program. By the way, might need to bring that back up again. Shout that out. I've never seen that stuff. Never seen in geometry being able to do the square roots of numbers and proving it in geometry. That blows my mind. But there are videos out there on YouTube that show how to do it. I've seen now up to what, 11 or 13 square root?
Yeah.
Is in geometry? and I'm sure you can go farther than that. And geometrically, it's quite beautiful when you plot it out on paper with pencil and a compass and a straight edge. It's amazing. But those things were never taught, and it gets you to start. I mean, you want to get into fantasy, start wondering why. Why was that stuff never taught?
Yeah,
that'll take you down a rabbit hole. Yeah, that'll take you down a rabbit hole or two, maybe.
Not never. Recently.
Yeah.
It
Right.
was taught.
Right. It was taught. You're right,
back in the
paper.
day.
Right. Yeah.
Or if you really want to think about it, the perfection of it, and why does that perfection exist? The perfection of that geometry and the nature of it, how can that be random?
Yeah, exactly. That's a great point, Mike. And again, something we talked about before with the transcendentalism of in arithmetic, in mathematics, right? The square roots, pi, those things. But in geometry, it's not transcendental. It's just there. It's provable. It's whole. You can see it with your eyes. It's amazing. That stuff's amazing. But nobody wants to talk about that. It's amazing to me why. Why don't people want to talk about these things? Why are they trying to shut you down and just say you're some flat earth guy and you need to be shut up? They want to paint you in that corner. I think it's because, quite honestly, I think it's because of Euclid. I think it's because of the geometry, because of, dare I say it, you want to go down another rabbit hole, sacred geometry. That's why, personally, that's what I think. I think it's anything, even to the point where globers are making the claim that the earth is flat.
I think
or that the earth can be flat.
It's down
crazy.
to the logical argument, right? They know they have no rebuttal to the argument, right? That's a known fact. They have no argument themselves. They have no rebuttal to a Euclidean argument. So they have to do something. Now, the thing that I think they're going to do, and they're probably already started doing it, and some of them have already done it, they're going to have to deny Euclidean geometry exists. They can't have that and their model, because the Euclidean geometry disproves the globe model. So what they'll do, they'll keep the globe model and get rid of Euclidean geometry, and they will replace it with not Euclidean geometry, which will be something that they can just make up and put it in the minds of these mathematicians who are now getting like Einsteinian sort of status, and they're just guys that work with numbers. I would hesitate to say there's no such thing as a mathematician.
What? Go on.
Sorry, Essie, go on.
Oh, my bad. I think I cut you off. Didn't they give us the first 5 axioms yesterday? Didn't I post them?
You did. Yep.
Of the non-Euclidean geometry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And the last one?
Yep, the last one is the only one that was not Euclidean in actuality. What was it?
You remember what it was?
Vaguely, but go on.
I believe it was there are no parallel lines.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Just crazy, of course. So not
it's a whole it's a whole religion.
Yeah. Yep.
It's a whole religion, and it's based around sci-fi, and they've watched lots of movies where people travel in time. They've watched Back to the Future, and they watch Superman spin around the ball Earth backwards to drag time backwards and all this other nonsense, and they want that to be real. They need that, and that's why Steve Murray says Euclidean geometry is the geometry of reality. It's non-Euclidean. It's for space. He has his mind, but it's a religion to him.
He has
I was
faith.
arguing with ballers and flat earthers today, 2 hours about time. And they were telling me how time is real. How do you like that, Mike?
Time is real and not a construct of man.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, because they want to be able
And
to
it's not just
change.
ballers.
They want to be gods.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
They want to go
I think
back
you
in
know what it is?
time. They want to change the past.
I'm sure that's part of it, but I think people lack the inability to think of things themselves without putting other giants in their brain. You know, like critical thinking. I think is lacking on I think both sides actually, or
Has to
any
be.
side.
It has to be. You cannot critically think with a model in mind. The model will always cloud your thinking.
And by the way, you cannot revert the time, because reverting the time or going backwards would mean that the effect of the cause would be inverted. So now the effect would be the cause, and the cause would be the effect, going backwards.
And therein lies the paradox, right? And isn't it funny? Here we go, talk about the paradoxes, because they're okay with those. They're fine with the paradoxes. They've showed that they're fine with all sorts of paradoxes.
And by the way, for example, if you are adding numbers, before numbers are not added, for like 2, you have 2, then after some time you have +2, and after some time you have 4. But now you have 4 and adding would be subtracting, because if you are doing the same but backward, it means that adding means subtracting, and vice versa. For me, this is just a joke, but it creates paradox. Many.
Yeah, many. Far too many. But like we were saying last night, their model, any model really, will probably be built upon paradoxes. The globe model,
It already is.
Yeah.
It already is. It's full of them.
Yeah. Well, it has to be, right? There is no argument. There is no thing. So the entirety of that model is built upon falsities. And obviously, there will be paradoxes that can be made around that, because when you're coming from reality view and looking at something that isn't reality, right? Something that doesn't exist in reality, there will be multiple paradoxes. The whole thing will have to be built upon that. And you will have to be able to accept a paradox for you to be able to have a model and keep the model.
You were saying about reductio ad absurdum, right?
Yeah.
Well, here's one. Down is everywhere.
Yeah. In every direction.
Until it becomes until it becomes up. You keep digging down, then you dig up.
Yeah.
By the way, within Einsteinian, this curving space-time or whatever, it is this clock paradox, as I remember, that if, because in this theory, if you are moving faster and faster, you are slowing the time. So it means that one clock, which is going away from another clock, he would show a slower time on this.
I heard it was
it's-
distance from mass.
Gravity. There's two things that can affect in their fantasy. What paper is talking about, that's one. And there's also gravitational fields. Yeah.
But
Distance.
still, it means that the clock, which is moving, has slower time and is showing a slower time on the table of the clock.
Yes.
But
Yes.
this is relativity also. So it means that the other clock, which is not moving, is still moving in relation to this clock, which is moving. So in
Yeah, I
relation
know.
to this clock,
Yeah.
it is moving as fast as this other clock. It means that
That's
both,
right. That's another paradox right
both
there. Well
they
done. Yeah.
they
Because
have
of
to show.
relativity, you can't tell which one is moving in relation to the other one. Yeah. That's crazy.
Yes, it is. Of
So you
course.
have also speed, you have speed, and you have gravity. Yeah. And you have time dilation. Another fantasy.
Yes, but this time this time dilation is debunked by this paradox. So, and no one can resolve this problem. It is not resolved. Yes, this paradox exists inside this Einsteinian relativity.
Yeah,
Well,
that's only one of them. Yeah.
They did, supposedly, if you take it, whenever they were trying to incorporate distance, time, and what's the other one?
It would be
Distance,
speed in this
time.
Speed.
instance.
No, speed
that.
is a result of, isn't it? Distance and time.
Measurement of time. Yeah.
Yeah,
Over.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when they're trying to measure the speed of light, time, distance, and the speed, yeah, I suppose it is all three, isn't it? Well, when they were trying to do that, supposedly they did the cesium atom or whatever, and they increased vertical height with these atomic clocks that stayed the same at height. And for some reason they put one in a plane and flew that, and they were different, and that's how they know that this, because they got everything down to the cesium atom and the decomposition of it or whatever. They know it changes at vertical distance, and that's how they can tell that this change occurs. So it all works out now within the numbers. When they were controlling time, that's how they managed to do it within this new science. They take something that is the transition of a light in the sky, change that to a cesium atom, and then say, well, if we move it at vertical height, it changes. Therefore, time changes. Boom, you get away with it. It's got some scientific backing behind it.
Yeah. The vertical component is the gravity aspect, and the other one is the speed aspect. Ingenious,
Yeah,
but not very convincing.
yeah. Like I do, like Fight Flat Fact says, "Show me the atomic clocks." Well, at the beginning of all of this, when I can remember me and Spot On were looking at stuff, there was, I wish we had it, but they were saying about all of the satellites have to have excellent timekeeping in order to do what the GPS is meant to do. That every satellite has 2 atomic clocks in it. Fascinating, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, when you see the atomic clock, it's a huge fucking thing. Massive.
And when you understand how it works,
Yeah.
it even gets weirder. Yeah.
And they've supposedly put one on a plane.
4 of them, yeah. Yeah.
And
And
2 in
somehow they
every
kept all the
so-called
other
satellite.
variables. They eliminated all the variables, but if you see, it's just on. They literally sat them, I think, in between 2 seats, like you see them sitting on the plane there. Just a couple of boxes, you know. It's a complete utter joke.
Yeah.
And they were off by 1/1000th of a. Listen to this: 1/1000th of a second. And of course, the only thing possible that could have made that happen is time dilation. It's like too fantastical.
For me, very fantastical is that they supposedly photographed the atom. It was like in 50s or maybe even before World War II. I have this picture in my book, scientific book, and I always wondered how they convinced one atom to be photographer of another atom, which should be a subject or object rather. And if he did the pose or a model as a model for atom photographer, because I don't know how one atom or 2 atoms can photograph the other atom. And the third atom would be flash atom, I think.
Nice find there, Askin. Nice find. Dialetheism, from the Greek, this, twice, and aletheia, truth. There it is. How long have I been saying that, right? 2 truths. That's what they have to have in their minds for their at least 2 of them, minimum, for their model to work.
Yeah, see, Kevin, thanks for that. Yeah, strange ideas, and I'm gonna it's not been much of a Euclidean, but I guess we did Euclid tonight, right? Early stuff. Who have we got in the chat? How's that? Oh, count. Terrible. That's what Rob give us. Ambivalent. It's about feelings, that, Rob, though. Having mixed feelings or contradictory ideas about something or someone.
Yeah, I know. I heard bivalent, and the first word I thought of was ambivalent. Because I've heard that word before, but I've never heard of bivalence. So I just figured I'd throw that in there too. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I'm guessing am. Yeah, it's the same thing, isn't it? Yeah. Contradictory ideas.
Equivalence is nice too.
Yeah.
The existence of only 2 states or truth values. Example, true and false. There
Yes,
can be true and false, and well, maybe true, maybe false.
So ambivalence will be this M is redundant. It is a. This is negation in many languages, like Latin and Greek also. So a is negation of. So ambivalence is contradictory to bivalence.
Yeah. It's hard to tell though if because I always thought that ambivalence was some sort of you didn't know. Like I would have thought, thinking back now, if somebody was to just say ambivalence, I would have to equate it more to epoche, really, than contradictory.
I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, doesn't make sense. Contradictory.
Yeah. Yes, but
like I leave it up in the air, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but bivalence it has two value, so or two weights. B, so it is two, like 0, 1.
Yeah.
But ambivalence means that there is something in the middle, and you cannot decide which side to choose, for example. So this is.
Does it not just state not two?
Yes. So epoche.
So not two could be epoche, right? That is part of the not two, isn't it?
Yes. I agree. Yes. So epoche would fit this ambivalence term.
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess the idea of the ambivalence is that you put the not there, right? If you know that bivalent is truth and false, a bivalent, right? That there are two things, and it's not two things, then you personally put the not, whatever you consider to not to be.
I always considered ambivalent like mixed feelings, but if you read, there's more to it there. There's more, yeah.
Yeah, the understanding of the trivium, right? With the grammar, once you start looking into these type of words, it is fascinating, the advanced simplicity within the words and your understanding of what you would have thought. I mean, I've never looked at that word before and broke it down and had this discussion about it.
Yeah, why would you in regular life? Yeah. It's not like at dinner you're gonna say, "Hey, what does ambivalent mean to you guys?"
So
they're gonna look at you like, "Is he crazy? What happened to him?"
This is a folded word. So valence and B. B means like binary or what else? Like it is B means twice or double or two. So this is like two values of something. But A, it means not two. So not not dichotomy. Oh, yes.
Yeah, well, bi means two, like a bicycle.
Yes. Or binocle or binocular. So two oculars. Yes. So it is double or twice.
Yeah.
Because, for example, if some musician played well and audience is voting for play again, so they wanted bis. It is called bis for bis. Bis means in Latin twice, two.
Encore.
Encore. Some more.
Yeah.
Or again. Yeah. Maybe two, yeah, because you want the same. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but buy
I don't
is
know.
two, isn't it? Like you want it twice.
Buy is
Encore is
definitely
just
two.
more,
Yeah.
more,
More, yeah.
more.
Yeah.
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 but bis literally in Latin it means twice. So yes, I think it is best, but also can mean double. And this prefix a or am, because Latins, of course, sometimes they are adding for better pronunciation some letters. So, for example, normal and abnormal. It is a normal, not normal, but they add this letter B to more fluent speaking. So that's why. But the essential letter is a, abnormal or ambivalent. So it is negation.
Right, I've got an update for you. A couple of tweets. Oh, John's gone as well. Everybody's dropping. So here we go. There's a couple of tweets. We'll do this one first. This is Red's Rhetoric update. The debate between Try Thinking and Ryan Trainor has been set for tomorrow at 6 p.m. ET on my channel. The watch link will be posted 2 hours before we go live. See you all tomorrow. We'll be going live as well. And we'll already be live.
This is going down? For real?
Oh, yeah. And then Ryan
really?
Anderson has said to McToon and Fight the Flat Earth. So there's a debate between me and Ryan, right? That Ryan's put a load of really weird stipulations down, and he's invited McToon and Fight the Flat Earth to help him. I'm thinking to help him. He needs a bit of help. He's going to be there with Red's Rhetoric.
3 against 1.
Well, for Red's Rhetoric as well, right? Not an impartial moderator. So
they seen how unfair it was 2 against 1, so they figured let's make it fair 4 against 1.
Well, that'll do. I'll have that. They can get some more if they want. Get in everyone. Bring them all in. Let's have everyone on the list. We've got all the potatoes. Bring the potatoes. Bring in the potatoes.
And this 6 p.m. ET, it is what UK time? Because I don't
11.
recognize.
11 p.m.
PM.
Yeah.
Okay, so it would be midnight. Okay.
Yeah, it'd be like 3 hours after. I mean, a little bit earlier than last time, I think.
Last time it was 3 o'clock
3 a.m.
in the morning for me.
Yeah, hopefully it won't be that late. So Ryan Anderson, he's talking to somebody who's blocked me. So I don't know. There's a lot of people do this. They can talk shit about me and I can't see what they're posting. So Ryan's replying to him. And Ryan says, yeah, I have about 25 hours and some change to, inverted commas, realize Euclid, he says. And he says, don't worry, I have a plan. Okay. Devil's Replacement says, does it involve lots of alcohol? I say, I hope it does. prepare yourself well. You're going to need it. And he says, I've actually realised Euclid a few times since I wrote this. It's good, isn't it? People are going to learn loads. But a beer while chatting with Bev is just survival instincts kicking in. He's going to be drinking. That's a good way to start. 6 p.m. Get drinking. Get yourself a beer. Let's go and have a debate. So
That's going to bode well for him.
Confirmed with Red's rhetoric.
Nice. Nice.
We get a chance to go over the whole thing. Yeah, it should be good. Should be good.
Exciting times. Nice.
I'm going to have my camera on.
Why?
Because that was one of his stipulations of the debate.
That you have to have your camera on?
Yeah.
They didn't say that you have be on this camera.
He didn't. No, he didn't. He didn't say that. No, he didn't say that I have to have my face on the camera. He just said that I have to have my camera switched on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's good.
For me, this is very, very strange.
Whiteboard.
Yes. Camera constantly on the whiteboard. Perhaps you might want to see how many times I go backwards and forwards making a brew. How many times I run off to the kitchen, come back with me cup of tea.
Maybe you should show the cat. We've never seen the cat, I don't think.
The cat?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I might do if the cat comes in.
Ridiculous things. Gotta have the camera on.
So, yeah, I will put a thumbnail out tomorrow for that. We will be already going live. So what I'll do is I think I'll split it into two, and we'll go live again. We'll break it down and we'll go re-live with the debate. The debate. I like the way that they're giving a new guy. And he's so fresh and new that he's inviting McToon and Fight the Flat Earth to a debate.
I can't think of worse people to talk to than the people you're going to talk. Well, I don't know the Ryan guy, so I can't say anything about him.
Well, for him to think that he needs to invite McToon and Fight the Flat Earth.
I assume for help, because he said that he is unexperienced, but it may happen that you will not debate with him, but with these two, maybe.
Well, that's not how you do debates, is it?
Yes, of course,
debate me. No, not me. That's how modern day debates works, not how a normal debate works. So maybe we might be going into modern day sort of stuff, modern day science, modern day debates, modern day arguments. I'm doing bunny ears here all the time.
Have they ever gotten back to you? Did that thing ever get sorted out? With,
modern day debates? No. Ryan tried to have. He tried to schedule this debate on the back of the modern day debates. He wanted to debate me on modern day debates, but obviously they want none of it.
I can't believe they refused you on modern day debates. I can't believe that.
They know, don't they? They definitely know that it's not good. I don't think. I think Red's rhetoric's very, very brave, allowing a fresh new guy in to defend the globe against an actual argument.
Well, it looks like Reds wants to come back in and he wants to make a splash with some controversial
debate.
Which good on him. He's
Debate
doing
channel.
the right way. He's doing it the right way. Yeah.
Yeah, of all of the channels that have started doing debates, Red's Rhetoric wants to join in. I promote that. Red's Rhetoric wants to come back and have a debate channel where people do debates. It's got competition.
Absolutely.
Flat Earth debate.
We're not
Flat
jealous.
Earth and more. And where all of the other debates
The more the merrier.
Yeah. I mean, Debate Night, Sean Hawkins. In the great tradition of Debate Night with Sean Hawkins. Debate Flat Earth and more. Who else? Flat Earth debate. Red's Rhetoric have fit straight in there. Obviously, he's Red's Rhetoric. He should be the best moderator. That's what I think he's doing. He's showcasing his moderation skills.
Well, if you're a channel and you want to make a comeback, a couple of nice controversial figures, you know, back and forth is actually pretty smart for your opening. So, yeah, good on you. I wish you success.
Let me see. I'm pretty sure that Red's Rhetoric said he'd. The debate itself is the only thing scheduled on his channel. You see, he's not even doing an intro or an outro. Somebody's using Little Buddy. That's Mike's thing, isn't it?
Yeah. One guy was using it in text chat. Got triggered. Can't remember who it was. Was it Wally? Could be Wally.
Wally as well. Yeah, there's another one on Twitter that started using it. Tommy. I'm looking for the bit where Red said he's not gonna.
Mike triggers the hell out of the text trolls. It's like a secret weapon. Special ops.
Here we go. Right, here we go. This is Ryan, and remember, this is a new guy bigging himself up, supposedly. Here we go. So this is Ryan Anderson explaining about all of this stuff, and I said to him, he's a liability. That's why modern day debates don't want to have it. They can't have me on there without giving me a tag team partner of a crazy flat earther. So modern day debates can't do it. That's why they wouldn't allow this guy to have the debate. He says, modern day debates doesn't want anything to do with you. That's right.
Are we supposed to, hold on, are we supposed to take his word for that, though?
Well, that's obvious. They can't have anything to do with me. I mean, I'd take it as a challenge. Anybody try and get us on there. Like I've said, Essie, me and you could go on that modern day debates and debate anyone, right? I'd go against anyone. It doesn't really matter. But they won't.
Yeah.
They won't allow it.
I don't believe. You know
It's
what?
not possible.
Yeah. I'm gonna DM one of them there and see just how. Okay, we'll leave that up. I just.
Yeah. Challenge.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll
challenge
see about that.
I hope you can.
Yeah.
So he says modern day debates doesn't want anything to do with you. So Reds has agreed to host instead. You feigning that you don't understand what's going on is pure theatre. And the point of that condition was for neither of us to make any money off the debate. Reds has committed to turn off super chats on his stream. Red's rhetoric, Scam Master Red, has agreed to turn super chats off. I never even asked for that. How desperately does Reds want back in?
He's making a comeback.
What's going on? Why is he turning super chats off? He's obviously using my name and hosting a debate against a no one. He's risking this guy. Could be a fatal liability to the globe model. He's untested, unknown. And Red's rhetoric is wanting to show this debate that much that for this guy, he's turned off super chats. Not for me, for this guy. All because in his original thing, he said that all of the money had to go to modern day debate. So for that, Reds has turned his super chats off. I might switch mine on. So it's a non-issue that as it pertains to me, you, me, and thus debate. So now that's settled, Friday or Saturday, and what time? If you answer with anything other than a commitment to a day and time, everyone will see how full of shit you are. I mean, it's smack talk, right? Pre-debate smack talk. From Ryan, I think he's getting into the spirit of it. It's like street debating.
I just messaged James. We're gonna get down to the bottom of this. It's funny how Logos works, right? As we were talking about him, I just got a thing, they're having a contest, and it just popped up, and there he is. There's his name. It's amazing, man. We'll soon find out.
Yeah. Here's
what I texted him. Have you said you do not want Bev in your channel to debate? ?
He should come back with who's Bev.
We'll soon find out.
I like Ryan, though. I like the idea of this. So, yeah, it's going live tomorrow. At this time, I'll have already been debating. It could be already over at this time. Be an hour into it. Red's rhetoric might have kicked us already. It should be interesting.
Yeah, because I've seen everybody debate on that channel. I mean, abortion, I mean this, that, and the other. I mean, a million things.
Can't debate geometry.
I a guy just got back to me. It's a bot. So on that contest thing, it's a bot. I guess I'm gonna have to contact him another way.
Yes, I will be live tomorrow. We'll already be live. I mean, we go live at 8 o'clock, Free for All Friday. So there'll be a 3-hour build up or whatever. And then I'll have a new, I think I'll do what I did last time. I'll put a new stream up for 11 o'clock and just go live again on a different one. Yeah, I know I don't have to prove anything. I'm not going there to prove anything to anyone. I'm going there for a conversation and to test myself within a debate scenario. It's going to be great. This is my new career, doing this sort of thing. Not much of a career, but hey, this is what I like doing. And this is what I enjoy. So I'm going to continue doing it. It seems that some people still want to stick around and have a listen. It sort of grows on you, this sort of thing. Because it becomes more than the sum of the parts. It's much greater than just the people and the conversations. It keeps going. It never ends. Learning is a great experience. And I'm learning how to learn. Learning how to teach as well at the same time. But more of a through osmosis, diffusion. Different type of learning than just pouring information in there. That doesn't work. There needs to be a processing part of it, which is where the logic says. No, not 6 p.m. GMT. It's 6 Eastern, is it?
I think ET means Eastern time,
Yeah.
but I am not sure.
And 6 Eastern time would be 11, 5 hours difference, I think. Yeah, 11 UK, 6 Eastern. 5 hours. A bit better.
So I have an update.
Mm-hmm.
The person that contacted me is the server owner, and I asked him personally, and I believe he's typing back right now.
Nice.
Because if that's the case, I think you've made history. Not allowed to debate on a debate platform. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because they badmouth me, right? And they've turned us into well, if Mike Jones can be called Bev, then surely anybody can be called Bev. And you know what sort of rumors and things go around everybody, because they don't want to come and to actually talk to us. So our name precedes us from this server. It's unfortunate, and I feel sorry to everybody that is associated with us. But it's one of those things you just have to put up with. People talk shit about you. I apologize, but I can't really give a shit about what lying scumbags say about us. Most people know that they just lie.
Well, the owner says he has no idea who Bev is.
There you go.
Just like you said.
Yep.
And I just answered him, try thinking is his name.
Yeah, they're not bothered that there are a group of people that are out there that just sort of blatantly misrepresent people. Or maybe they're the ones telling the truth and the other people are the ones lying. I mean, it's hard to tell when there's contradictory things being said by multiple people. Somebody's obviously lying, but everybody says it's not them that's lying. So it's, yeah. That's what you have to be living in. A confused state of mind. So
I find it strange.
Yeah, I think we'll end it tonight now. Anybody got any final words or anything?
I thank my thanks to Iridium for bringing 3:16 to clarify my position on curvilinear angles. Thank you very much.
Okie dokie. So tomorrow, like we say, another debate, free for all Friday, topped off with a freestyle street debate over on Red's Rhetorics. Red Rhetorics making a comeback. We're trying to help him. We need more Globe heroes, otherwise the debates will end and all you'll have is people talking shit about other people. So that's what we're doing tomorrow. We're going out, seeing whether we can start the beginnings of showing people what an argument is, how a debate should go with the transferal of information. Hopefully. That's the plan. We can all have dreams. Okay. Join us tomorrow. Buster's going to sing us out. I know what I know. See you tomorrow.
Double thin clouds of mine. If you walk that road, you'll be left behind, like swaying branches in the air, lost in confusion, filled with despair. Arguments and fallacies taken from the book of lies and deceit. There are those who will never see the gift of Logos that was given to me. And I know how water flows, I know what level shows it. You'll be wasting your time, mine, trying to change what's been defined. I know what I know. I know what I know. You don't know what you don't know. Blackpool paradox. You think it's measuring, but it's not. It's optical phenomenon. All you fools think you know what's beyond. I know how water flows, and I know what level shows it. change what's been defined. I know how war throws, and I know what level shows, and you've been wasting your time trying to change what's been defined. Horizon means the line where the sky meets the earth. Yeah, that's the definition I'm going by.
All